All right. Good morning, everyone. Where is the record? There it is.
Good morning.
Camera is loading up. How's it going, everyone?
Just
Welcome
in time,
to
my internet
today's
came
lesson.
back.
I think you're frozen. At least in stream you are.
How is
Seems
everybody?
Like seems like your connection is not perfect today.
Am I still there, or?
Yeah, you're still here, but you're still here. But I think there's.
Oh, what
Can
now?
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. Yeah, I have a bit connection problems, which should be history this afternoon because finally getting my fiber optics internet installed here, and
Nice.
so we just have
Nice.
to bear with us a little bit today.
Okay, so what are we going to do today? Well, we're going to do some live trading. I see that you got MetaTrader in the background. I got my MetaTrader up here as well. I have no open positions. It looks like you have something green on your screen. What are we doing today? We're trading. I think, people are really interested in...
I
think there's like a massive delay between us.
Hold on, let me see here quickly. My internet's like super choppy.
Yeah, so we have a lot of people saying gold. We got D2 said saying trade gold. We got Forex Live saying trade gold, and then we have D2 said saying gold again. So let me see if okay, Dirk, I'm gonna just remove you for a second until we have the connection back, because right now either you're frozen or you're just very good at standing or sitting very still. There we go. He's gone. Okay, let me pull up my screen right here. I'm going to be opening gold right away. All right, there we go. Welcome back, Dirk. How's it going?
I hope it works better now, and I hope that the delay is gone.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Hansa says gold as well. What trade do you have open, Dirk?
I'm right now long euro dollar with a small position that I opened this morning. I know I'm supposed to only trade gold with this new account, but I couldn't resist.
It's difficult to get rid of old habits. You look at your USD and you see a setup and you're like, well, kind of have to trade it. Wow, we got a breakout on gold. Look at this.
Yeah, it's
look
crazy,
at this.
Huh?
It breakout again on gold. This, I don't know what to make of this. I don't understand what's happening. Okay, so I guess. So this happened this morning. Let's see, what time of the day did gold actually break out here? Okay, that's...
Oops, sorry. I'm going to add yours here.
It seems like gold broke out about 30 minutes ago or something like that. So yeah, very interesting here. Now, we obviously have a breakout momentum. I'm just getting right into it here, but I feel like I feel like I want to be joining the breakout here on gold. However, it has been traded quite far up, but I like the wick that we're getting on the 5-minute right now. Let's look at the other breakouts. Sometimes it's nice to look at what happened on the previous times you had a breakout. Man, MetaTrader for analysis is just not very good.
Yeah.
But that's where you had the breakout. This is definitely, looking at the previous times this level has been tested, this looks like it's the real deal. I think, because you have this structure as well. You have a breakout and then kind of retest and then another breakout, and now you have strong momentum to the upside. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to enter a small position. I'm just going to be risking $50 here in case it starts to run. I'm putting my stop loss way down here, so this is building a very, very small position. So only 0.05, and I might be either having this trade run to the upside and I'll make a small amount of money, or I will be adding to this on the way down. If you zoom out to the 5-minute, the trade idea I have here on gold is basically a retest of this level, but I've seen a lot of times. So this is the level that I'm looking to get retested, and then I would have the stop loss for that trade at the same level as I have my trade. So I'll be adding to this position here. But I've seen a lot of times as well that gold likes to, when there's momentum on a breakout, gold likes to front run this level and just continue to the upside. So this is obviously a late breakout trade. I'm basically, buying way too late on this breakout, but I'm risking a very small position to do so, and I will be adding to this position with a max of $100. And if we see $100 on this account, would be, what would that be? That $100 risk on this account would be like 0.06. So that's nothing, obviously. But that's what I'm gonna do today. Okay, so we got a trade at the open on gold. Let's see what we get.
I'm also looking for gold longs. Actually, there was really, like, according to what I'm looking at this bundle of indicators, a very, very nice confluence level formed down here. Sadly, that was in the middle of the night, so at around about 3:46 a.m. I was sound asleep then and not trading, because this is what I'm looking for. Ignore like these. You could of course say now, like, well, before that you had also nice signals here that there will be a local top, which is true. However, I wouldn't trade against the momentum here in gold at the moment. If I zoom out, even here on the 2-minute chart, you can clearly see at the moment we have this nice really trend structure to the upside. So I'm going to avoid here at the moment trying to time tops, make my life much easier by seeing when we see a pullback, for example, here now to the 200 MA. I'm going to look for long positions. I'm not going to immediately jump into the trade now, honestly speaking, because this indicates that we are a little bit over exaggerated to the top. However, Jonathan is right. Gold likes to front run a lot of times. For me, the more safer bet is here to wait until it comes back to that area here around currently 2935, and then I would also like to look for a long position, which you potentially can then ride maybe to 2960, 2970, or who knows, when things go crazy, we might even see gold attacking 3000. Maybe not today, but in the remaining days of the week. Yeah, so I have to be a little bit patient. As I noticed that actually, because I've been looking obviously at gold for a little bit more now than I did in the past. And I've been noticing that very often these moves that gold likes to do are initiated during the Asian session. So when I'm still asleep, it's like, I think the second or third time already this week, well, the third time, or only Wednesday, that I got up and saw something like, oh, well, that would have been a good opportunity according to my metrics to get into gold. However, I was still asleep. So I might actually start working on automating something there, which is possible, of course, with a MetaTrader. Is also allowed with the 5ers to automate strategies. Do you know that? Or
yeah, you can trade with the EAs, no problem.
Okay,
no problem.
Wonderful. So I might put in some work, translate here my proprietary indicators that I use, of course, that are coded in PineScript. I need to code them into, what is it, MQL, I think is the coding language, the name of a coding language. So I need to learn that a little bit, but have to see. I'm still, in the process, obviously, also in learning how to approach this asset on such low time frames. As I said last week, as I said in the beginning of the week, when you guys chose that I should trade gold mainly on this new 5ers account, I will have to pay my learning fees for that for sure as well.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned that is, learning fees, and that's exactly what it is. When you choose to trade a new pair, it's all about learning the ins and outs of that pair, getting to know the pair, and especially with gold here, you're talking about the breakouts and the momentum trading on gold. I think Alex would be a really good person to trade gold, I believe, because he trades those momentum moves. I wanted to quickly switch to my screen here and talk about a structure that we're seeing right here. So first, I think it's very interesting that we have a trend line here connecting the high of the breakout to that low, and then that third retest. Very nice. So we're seeing here on the 1 minute, we're actually seeing a structure being formed here. So we have what I would, a parallel channel. I would not call this, I think this part is potentially a bit too big to be a bull flag, or a flag. I think a flag would have to have like the pole I think the pole wants to be bigger here, really. But what I'm looking at is there's a change in behavior within the channel, and that is those lows right here, where we had hit the high, hit the low, up to the high, resistance, and then support, up to resistance as well. And then here you create sort of a bounce within that range EQ, or the middle of this. You could call this a range, but it's basically a downwards trading trend or range, or whatever you want to call it. But the mean price, the average price of this range is going to be somewhere in the middle here. So when you're looking at a mean reversion type of trade, we're not only looking at a horizontal range, we're also looking at these parallel channels as well, because the average price of this particular price range would be in here somewhere in the middle. And if we're gonna get a breakout, I would assume that getting an entry somewhere in this in the middle here would be the best entry for a possible high time frame breakout. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna add a very small position, just risk $25 to get a better entry within this zone, closer to that middle. So I'm gonna get my entry price as close to the mean price of this range. If we move down to, let's say, this level, I'll add another small position, and that will be my last position for the trade within this zone. And now you see the price is, after bouncing on the middle of that area, we are seeing price potentially breaking out. So a breakout above that trend line could signal that it's time for me to move my stop losses up. I have my stop loss all the way down here, and I will move that up to this level above here if we have that breakout. And if we have the breakout, move stops up and increase the lot size on this one. I'll be risking $50 on that new position, and that new position is going to be placed most likely somewhere here. That's the plan that I have right now for gold.
Go for
I got no TP set for this one. Just waiting for that waiting for that possible breakout right here.
That would have been my question now, what your target is there at the moment. But yeah, could I would also like to try to ride the wave, so to say. Yeah?
Let's take a look. Let's look at the CMT curriculum. We will take a look at a bull flag, and we will see what is the how do we trade a flag like this, if this can even be categorized as a flag. Let's take a look. If I can, well, first I have to find it. That's gonna take forever because there's got too many pages in this book.
It's too big, the book.
That should be a short-term. That should be a short-term continuation, short-term pattern. Let's see. We got that. We got the dead cat bounce. That's a very interesting name for a trading pattern. A dead cat bounce. Why is it called a dead cat bounce?
Yeah, don't ask me. I don't trade patterns like this.
It's called a dead cat bounce because dead cats don't bounce.
Could be then also a dead dog bounce, by that logic.
Yeah.
A question here from Mr. Incognito, I might want to call this person, while Jonathan is looking that up. Do you trade fundamentals?
Exclamation mark.
Question mark, no? And he's
mark,
asking,
right.
Do you trade fundamentals or just technicals? So what we are doing here right now, as you just saw for Jonathan, this is of course on the very low time frames, just technicals. It doesn't make sense to try to work with fundamental analysis when you are looking at 1 minute or 5 minute charts, or even at something like an hourly chart, and you don't want to stay in the market for, let's say, a couple of months or a couple of years. I specifically am somebody who bases 95% of my trades off fundamentals, but that's because my time horizon is very long, 2 to 5 years, anything in between this. Now, like what I was just showing you guys here earlier, so something like this is of course based pure on technicals. So these are my own indicators, every time you see here a buy or sell, doesn't necessarily mean, you know, that I have to buy or I have to sell there, or go long or go short. It's just for me to be alarmed. Okay, there's something happening in terms of price action. I should have a look at the chart, and if everything aligns, so I might also look here at higher time frames, then I might choose to take a position. Like I just said here on gold, I'm totally ignoring here the sell signals at the moment. Of course, there is always the chance, you know, that you get into a trade. If we look at this year, the last sell signals, yeah, gold was moving a little bit into the direction. However, you always run into the danger, and we saw that, for example, yesterday, that you run after trades. For example, I actually tried to, this was the first gold trade I did on the 5ers account yesterday. I traded this one, and then I was stopped out of this position rather quickly, because this position also didn't make sense, because it was totally going against the momentum. That's why I said, if we want to play it smart here, and I know playing smart for you guys probably also means sometimes that we need to be a little bit patient, that things might be a little bit boring even, but it pays off to wait. Ideally, I really would like to see something like we saw last night here, a combination of signal or what we saw here also earlier than last night. So a bottom signal plus, this is from another indicator here, a low signal. So the more different indicators, my indicators show the same thing, the more likely I'm going to enter the trade, but always with a trend. I don't want to go on something like gold, because there is a strong trending momentum in gold, and has been like this for a very long time now, you know. And I'm a firm believer that sooner or later gold is going to reach probably 3,000. It wants to test that, at least it wants to see that number once. So in my opinion, it would be very dangerous to go against that momentum at the moment.
Okay, so how do we trade? Yeah, definitely. We do not want to trade against the momentum of gold. So how do we? So this right here is a flag pattern, right? Now we have flags and pennants. Now we can trade flags and pennants the same way, but how do you trade a flag pattern? So what a flag pattern needs to have is first a very strong impulse move to the upside, and then it creates a sort of a connecting that flagpole is the flag, and that flag should be about in this case a downwards trending channel. And the way you trade this is you take the measured rule, or the measured move rule, which is basically you measure the point where it broke out. Okay, so you can in this case you can use this tool in the MetaTrader, and you measured from the breakout area up to the that's the wrong one. So up from that breakout area up to the top of the move, and then you double that on the breakout, wherever you're gonna have that breakout, and that's gonna be your target up here. So that's 2950, around 2951. And then of course I like to kind of front run that area, because most likely a lot of people looking at 1 minute, they're gonna be looking at this and thinking the same thing. When is this invalidated? Well, it's invalidated when it breaks down and not breaks up. What's positive about this though is the fact that we have that level here below. What I'm gonna do now though is I'm gonna trade this flag like we should be trading a flag, with the stop loss below the channel. And I'm now going to be entering a new position based on this. I'll be adding a $50 risk here because of the fact that I moved my stop loss on the other ones. That means I have quite low risk in total. I'm going to be risking on the first trade here only $14. So this is the trade that we have on gold right now. I'm going to be moving the TP up on, I believe, which one is that? No, it's not gonna be that one. Which one is it? It's gonna be here. Did I enter a third one? I did. Okay, we're gonna be just entering the TP on this one. We go in. I'm gonna copy that one. So the TP is around 2951. We'll be adding the TP to this one, and now MetaTrader has frozen. No, I haven't. Okay. TP, right? So that's the move. Now I'll most likely be moving my stops down just a little bit here, because obviously that trend line, but it needs to break out quite soon. And I believe if it fails to hold as midline, we are not going to see that breakout. If we move lower, I'll be adding a small position here. Let's see, 20 is $25. I'm going to be using the same TP. See, so the TP up here right now, and I'm also going to be adding on the breakout. So we have a really good reaction right here, and it seems like it's a breakout waiting to happen. Yeah, good momentum. Good momentum, but it needs to break out in, I'd say, the next 10 minutes. If we do not have a breakout within the next 10 minutes, I'll have to perhaps close this one, because then the flag pattern is basically just a range, and that's not what I'm looking at. We can also look at the local price action here, and not sure if this is the correct way of doing it, because but you have a you also have a what is it, a symmetrical triangle being formed here, but you can't really see. A symmetrical triangle doesn't form out of nowhere, so you can't, you know, see a bull flag and then all of a sudden you have a symmetrical triangle forming within that pattern. You have to have like a symmetrical triangle needs to happen like this, where you have a like the trend lines like this, and then price needs to come from above like this, and then starts to form. So you can't really have like
a breakout right now.
Yeah, looks like it's about to happen here. So let's see. I think that's the breakout. I will be adding to the position here. So we got another trade open. We're now in $20 profit here. So I'll be moving my stop as soon as you have the breakout. I'll be moving my stops above, here. So it will be minimum risk on this trade, because we're not looking. Yeah, that's the breakout. Okay, so I think looking at this, I think that actually does look like the breakout. So we can start potentially securing. Cricket Live says, "Fake out, no breakout, bro."
I assume he's short, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, well that's how you trade a bull flag. Now this can fail, of course. Hopefully not, but it has actually the win rate on these patterns are actually quite high, and when it actually breaks out, the profits are quite good. So this is one of the most reliable patterns to trade on the lower time frames, and I think they work really well on gold. Now the top here would obviously be the last resistance, so that's really the break that needs to happen. This red line right here. Let's get rid of that one. That last red line right there is the what I would call like the official breakout. And you can also see from the momentum that we have on that breakout is quite slow. When gold has a breakout, it usually looks like this. So there's no real momentum on this breakout. And when a bull flag breaks out, you usually have a similar move that you had when creating the bull flag, which means in this case this type of move. So we need to see momentum coming in here. I don't want to see too many bearish candles forming here, because otherwise that would be bad.
Looking good so far.
That's what we're seeing right now.
There was a question or a comment by KMM: trade in the direction of a trend, use 50 EMA and 200 EMA. Too bad that Alex is actually not here. I think he would have to say a lot about this, and I tend to agree. So hold on here. Let me just quickly take over and capture the screen here. So what I sometimes do, I don't do this for this specific strategy, but I know like that, for example, Alex likes to look at this a lot. You have a blue line here, which is in this case a simple moving average with a length of 200, and then I added a 50 EMA and a 20 EMA. And what you really can do, I see that working, for example, on euro dollar also quite well. Once you have an established trend and you're not sure how to get into the trade again, you could do it like Jonathan just showed, and look for those patterns. Or you could kind of try to ride the momentum wave by re-entering into the trade or adding to the trade once you see those pullbacks here. For example, here where we pulled all the way back to the 50 MA, the red line here, and then it bounced off and continued. And the stronger the trend is, the more like it is that it will even bounce here at the 20 EMA, which is the yellow line here. That works very, very nice. However, of course, you also have to be a little bit careful. You really need an established trend for this. So you need to watch the chart already a little bit, because sooner or later, of course, this pattern is also going to break down. When you'll see something like the price going down to the 200 moving average or 200 EMA, you can also use, where you then can try to enter again. Just you need to make sure to have a quite tight stop loss there, because of course, potentially the trend could change there, either into a sideways trend. When we're in the sideways trends, you don't want to work with moving averages, because you're always going to be too late into the trade, and or the trend is going to change to a downtrend again, which is something that gold somehow likes to do. Yeah, at the moment doesn't spend very much time in like sideways structures, even on the lower time frame, but it changes very quickly from an uptrend to a downtrend. We've seen gold play this game like around the price of 2,900 for a lot of days now, where we are trading above that, then suddenly below it again. So you want to make sure that you are first sure, no matter what time frame you're looking at, if you want to trade with momentum, that you establish first what is the trend. I mean, that's something you should do in general always anyway. And again, if you are new to this, try to trade always with a trend. Makes your life much easier, because the natural probabilities are already on your side. There's a higher chance that the trend continues. Yeah, of course, you could have bad luck that you enter when the trend is ending. That will happen, of course, sooner or later too. But the natural probability of a trend continuing is always higher than a trend reversing. Nonetheless, most traders that start trading, including myself back then, we are naturally prone to try to be contrarian traders always, which is much, much more difficult. This is something you can do later on, but be prepared to get your butt whipped a lot more when you try to trade contrarian.
We are potentially seeing a breakout here on gold, so I'll be adding a bigger position here if we have that breakout. I'm currently up $50, not much, but the fact that I'm risking nothing on this is obviously nice to see. Nice to see that paying off. You had your comments on trends. So, I mean, we know that it's very interesting, the whole concept of trends, because we know that even assets that are not tradable experience some trading type of price action or movement. And even if you look at, you can even look at a range, and the whole fractal nature of price action, saying that within the range you have a range on the high time frames, but then you zoom in on those moves within that range, and you'll see trends within the lower time frames within that high time frame range. And if you take completely random price action, let's take a price graph, and then you just put it into an AI or whatever, and then you tell that AI to, okay, we got the breakout, I'm buying, so I'm adding that one. Might be a fake up, might not, but it's definitely in line with the pattern here, so I'm adding to that. So it's very difficult to be trading live and also explain concepts. But if you have just completely random price action, right? Take random price action, throw it on a chart, you will see most likely some type of trending characteristics, and especially if you talk about it in terms of ranges and mean reversion, because that's also a type of trend. You look at the markets, and with completely random price action, you will have some prices at the very extreme top, some prices at the very extreme low. And you then know that, okay, there is an average price somewhere within this random price action. There will be one price where the market has traded at more often than other prices. So even with completely random price action, you can still use a trading strategy that uses the cyclical nature of market and trading it in a mean reversion type of way. Now those random price moves doesn't have to be in a horizontal line. It can also be trending to the upside. You can have random price actions showing you an overall average price that is moving like a trend line. And that would also be able to be traded in a mean reversion type of way. And that means basically buying the dips in an uptrend. So the market doesn't have to be very structured to show signs of trending markets. And that's also why I believe having a deep understanding of market structure and the mechanics that is driving the markets makes you understand that you can actually make money in the market without really having a structured approach, in a sense, in terms of how trends are formed. You can even exploit random price action, and I believe that's the true power of technical analysis, and especially strategies revolving around mean reversion. Okay, we got, looks like a fake up, but we'll see. I'm not going to be adding to this position anymore, but we'll see what we get here from gold.
Does it look like a fake out to you? I don't know. To me, it looks solid.
Pretty good.
You might have a pullback now, then to retest, of course, that zone. Yeah. Everybody's staring at gold. By the way, I meant to ask you, how was the trading competition, the battle yesterday?
Well, it went good. I mean, I won, like I did,
Wow.
like I did last time as well. But it doesn't matter. It's people. I think it's very important to realize that if you win a trading challenge, it doesn't really mean a lot. Doesn't really mean a lot. It means that you probably know how to game the system, or you know how to game the challenge, or so. Me and Victor, we traded, and then we both lost money. So it's not like we both lost. So nobody really won. I think if you lose money in a trading challenge, you can't really say that you win. So if you both lose money, you both lost, really. But then again, like, I lost less than he did, so I guess it comes down to risk management. But then, like, he risked a lot in the end to be able to catch up to me, and that's the thing with trading challenges. It's not remotely close to what we should be doing in.
But it was done. It was done on a demo account, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Who knows?
I mean, if we're gonna do a live real account trading challenge, it's gonna be very different, of course. But then we have to make sure that we have the same account. We are funded with around the same value, though, so we might do that.
Yeah, but it also adds like more pressure. It's already a lot of pressure, in my opinion, always to do like live trades, because you want to show obviously something that works well in that very moment. But if you are, let's say, at a success rate of 50% or somewhere slightly above or below that, there's always the chance that the things like fail, and also fail a couple of times in a row. But you'll always have those talking about mean reversion, that you're on the left of a normal distribution curve, where you might have a streak of 5, 6, 7, or 10 trades in a row that fail. And in my opinion, of course, it's still much more worth if you show them, hey, I'm still, even after a streak like this, I'm mentally and financially still in a position that I can continue. It doesn't bankrupt my account. It doesn't bankrupt me emotionally. I think this is the better lesson. But of course, for somebody watching this maybe for the first time, people might think like, hey, this guy doesn't know how to trade. When it's because a lot of what, or I might go as far as say like 98% of what so-called influencers out there that talk about trading are showing is not how trading is in real life.
No, definitely not. You're definitely right on that. There's a lot of misinformation out there in the trading space, for sure. It's it's incredible. I've seen videos from some influencer. They talk about, especially like when it comes to risk, when they talk about the risk per trade, they say things like, And I thought in those terms as well. I actually used that same risk management a while back, actually, like 2 years ago. And they talk about, okay, so you're gonna risk 2% per trade, 2% per trade on this account, this challenge or whatever. I'm like, 2%, that is
a lot,
an insane amount of money. What if you have 10 losses? You're gonna lose any account. Like if you lose, and you are going to have 10 trades in a row. And I don't think and one thing that is interesting here is it's probably much easier to sell a trading course than it is to make money trading, and it's much easier to sell signals than it is to sell to be profitable in trading. But I think this is not just for the trading industry, right? This is the same goes for a lot of industries out there. You're gonna have some really good salesmen. They're gonna be selling that dream. So I don't think it's not just trading, but it's a big part of trading because it's easy to sell the dream of being profitable.
It's the same everywhere. It's also the same right now. We are seeing that with AI. As a content creator, you run your own YouTube channel. I have my YouTube channel. I get like left and right ads always saying like, oh, you just need to use this AI. It's going to automatically create videos for you. And, you don't have to do anything anymore, which then leads to content online that is like all the same. I always think like the way to go right now is actually to say I'm doing stuff without using AI. It's like all manual labor, and that's why it's so worthwhile. But completely different topic. We have here Cricket saying he doesn't want to influence you, but you should consider covering your longs. Well, I mean, Jonathan defined his stop loss before entering the trade. The game plan was there already.
A comment like that is interesting because I'm not interested in like if someone's going to influence my trading decisions, you better come with very good reasons to do so. Like you're saying, oh, you should cover your long. That is a reason for me to stay long, So if you say, for example, okay, you should cover your long because the ADX just did this and we have this pattern at this level and I got this statistics to show you that when this happens, then you should be covering your longs. Now, I think that is the more interesting approach if you want to influence me, because if you give me the right information, I might actually act on it.
Absolutely.
Now, however, it's quite clear that the breakout has failed, so I'm going to close these positions.
Yeah, actually what I'm looking at right now, I said it earlier here, trading the momentum. So we broke here also now through the the 20 EMA. So you might want to look here at this one now, the 50 EMA, if you still believe the trend is going to continue. This might be a good area actually to enter the market. And when if I would trade this, I would probably put my stop loss here somewhere below the 200 moving average. So maybe here at 35.5 or even 36, something like this. And then you have to, like Jonathan also planned on doing, you have to adjust your stop loss very quickly if the momentum continues into your direction. However, it's not my preferred trade because I don't have any statistics on how well this would work for gold. So it's something I first need to look at, something I need to analyze first, because if I don't do that, it's just, I might as well roll a dice. And this is, of course, nothing I want you guys to take home with. Dick said you can always enter, when in an uptrend, when the price goes down to the 50 EMA. No, you cannot do that always. And I'll come back probably next week when I have some time and share some statistics on that, how well or how not well this works with gold. The nice thing though is it's very easy always to see where should I put my stop loss, because your stop loss is, if you're long, probably always going to be slightly under the 200 moving average. If you're short, already slightly above the 200 average. And
Can we just comment this? This is a ridiculous
Yeah, I
comment
just saw
right
this
here.
too.
This is a ridiculous comment. This is, I mean, let's address it. I mean, because I mean, I don't know if you're a troll or if you're an actual, real trader believing in this. Because, trading is about finding patterns in the markets, and price. These indicators are based on price action, and there are some really good indicators out there. Like simply, the 20 moving average, like it's a very good moving average to use as a dynamic support and resistance. Just put it on your chart, see how price reacts to it. You can easily understand how it's easy to create an entry strategy around the 20 EMA, or even a stop loss strategy around the 20 EMA. If you have a ranging market and that range breaks to the upside without the ADX showing any momentum to the upside at all, most likely that's a false breakout. The ADX is a really powerful indicator. It works. What about the ATR? The ATR is one of the most simplest and powerful indicators out there. Victor is using it all the time. A lot of the most powerful. What about the VWAP? It's like everyone uses it. Like institutions are trading based on that. So to say that indicators have no space in the trading space just tells me that these comments are coming from people that are new, and they're influenced by this whole idea that you have to have a naked chart, you have to only trade on price action horizontal levels, otherwise you're not going to be profitable. Well, that's another lie that has been sold to you by a trading influencer that is trying to sell you a course on how he says that you're not going to be using any indicators. Okay, it's simple as that. Indicators work, and they work terrifically, very good. If you know how to use them. The problem is that most people don't even know how to look at a naked chart and trade. So how are we going to be able to understand how an indicator works? Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, we should not forget that no matter what you're looking at, even if you're looking at a naked chart, if you're maybe just working with support and resistance, if you're working with indicators, moving averages, be it your own tools that you designed over the course of 10 years, like my indicators here, it's all, by the end of the day, just a different way to display price. Because price and maybe volume, these are the variables you get when you code an indicator. There's nothing like fancy connected to AI or who knows out there, at least not in trading view. So whatever works for you works for you. If like for me, I like to see, I like to use my indicators because I want to be alarmed when there is a level reached, when there's price action in the market that makes it worthwhile looking at the chart, because from my experience, there's a good chance at these price levels that I can have an edge over the market. There's something where I know if I enter this trade, this is going to work out well in 55% of the times. Yeah, it doesn't cover me from losing money, of course, but I have this 5% edge over the market on top of just rolling the dice and randomly choosing if I go long and short. And this is what in my opinion, indicators are all about. Yeah, indicators can provide context. Absolutely agree with you there. And by the end of the day, you have to find something that works for yourself. You can see like Jonathan looks at the market in a completely different way that I do. However, we often come to the same conclusions. Even though I might be looking at indicators, he might be looking at price action and confluence zones of support and resistance or breakout patterns. It's all about supply and demand, and finding those areas where you can have an edge over the market. And
we have our...
Sorry? Yeah.
We have Yasin, our wonderful moderator, saying, "Hey, Nathan, can you please show us how do you read the ATR indicator? I was trying it yesterday and I got a bit confused." All right, I will show you. Not only will I show you, but I will actually show the indicator that I've coded based on the ATR. Okay, so I've created an indicator called ATR for backtesting, because I'm backtesting a couple of universe and strategies. I will tell you exactly how to use it. Okay, let me see. Let me bring up Trading View right here. And I will talk a little bit about not that one. Which one is it? Okay, let me bring up. I got many layouts here. Oh, I got 327 layouts. That's a bit too much.
The other day, I went through all of my layouts, and I think I deleted like 80% of them. And now I'm like down to 50.
Yeah, I'm not deleting anything. Okay, so what I have here is I've coded a simple indicator called ATR bands for backtest, because I'm backtesting a few ideas for potential algo. So you can see here that so basically the ATR is short for average to range, and it's basically a volatility indicator that measures how much an asset typically moves over a specific time period. Usually that time period is 14 candles back, and we talk about the daily ATR. Then usually you look at the last 14 days of price action, and you look at the average to range of that. So the way that the average to range is calculated is it takes the average of the daily range of the last 14 periods. So you look at the the two range is the lodges of the current high. Let me see if I get this right. The current high minus current low, the absolute value of the current high minus the previous low. Who cares? Who cares how it's calculated? Just look at let's just look at how we actually use it in trading. So what I've calculated here is the I see Derek is laughing. Who is So let's look at the green lines right here, and if I put the average to range at 1, we're going to see what the actual average to range is of the last. Let's go to the daily. And now you can ignore these red and green ones, because these are your signals. Whenever the top and the bottoms are hit, whenever the top is hit, that's a red signal, and whenever the low is hit, that's a green signal. But this is these are the average true range. So the high here, based on the previous candle, you can look at go 14 candles back, and this is the average true range, the average price of the last 14 candles. Now, how we use the average to range is we use a multiplier of the ATR. So I'm going to be using a multiplier of 2 of the ATR, which means whenever price moves twice as much as what it has done on average for the last 14 days based on the calculations of ATR, we could assume that we might have a move back to the mean. Okay, so basically what it is, it calculates the volatility. Whenever there's a strong momentum move with high volatility, the price will hit a multiply of the ATR. We can also find if I add another ATR band, you will see the ATR on the multiplier of 3. So this is the 2 times ATR, and the blue line is the 3 times ATR. And as you can see here, whenever price hits, let's see if I get a good example. So here you have price hitting the 2 times ATR, which is the high of that move, and then it moves lower. And then you have another time right here, and you have a small move to the downside. A lot of times you will have some type of reaction at the ATR. So basically it's measuring the volatility, and when you see that price have moved 2 times the ATR, you could assume that, okay, so now it's perhaps time to move back down. It's not going to retest the whole move a lot of times, but it will have somewhat of a reaction. Now here down you can see the ADX. So let me quickly explain what the ADX is. And here I've actually done something interesting, and I'll show you what I've done here for the ADX. Now the ADX calculates the strength of a move, okay? And the traditional level to use on the ADX is the 20 line. Whenever ADX is above 20, it usually signals that a strong move is going on. Okay, so a move above 20 means a lot of times a break above a potential range, or a strong move, or a trend is starting. So you can see right here, the ADX is breaking above that 20 line right here, and that is this move right here. And then ADX comes down, means the move is now slowing down. The volatility and the momentum of that move is slowing down. And then you see price again picking up to the upside right here. And that's where you also have the ADX coming up higher. Now, what's interesting is a move up on ADX does not mean a move up on price. A move up on ADX only means an increase in volatility and the momentum on price. So you can see here that ADX find a, let's remove the comment. ADX is finding a low right here, while price continues to the downside. That's because ADX moving upwards is a signal of increased momentum and price movement. Now, something interesting that you might want to try out is adding moving averages to indicators like this. So if you go into TradingView and you right click these 3 lines right here and you click add indicator strategy to the ADX, and then you search for exponential, and we find moving average exponential right here. We add that to the ADX, and then we go in and we'll, let's say, select the 12. We got the 12-day moving average, the EMA, on the ADX. Now we get is ADX is already a smoothen, it's smoothing out 2 different indicators into one. That's what the ADX is doing. But now you're adding an EMA to the ADX, and this is where you might get some interesting signals. And now I've created a new indicator. I created a 9-day moving average, a 9-day exponential on the ADX, and then you can combine this with price action and see that when we get a buy signal on the ADX, does that also mean that we could perhaps see an entry trigger on your USD, for example? So you can see right here when the ADX is getting above the 9-day moving average, that should signal an increase in momentum, and when it then goes below, it should signal a decrease in momentum. And I do recommend trying these things out, because a lot of times you'll find that in these untested things that you might not think work, you might find some hidden edge, and that's what I'm currently trying to do. Okay, so that's a quick maybe not quick, but that's a explanation of what the ADX does. Also, quick crash course on the ATR. So those 2 indicators are actually quite powerful, and there's many other indicators out there that you can use. But ATR is really good, because if you want to go long on, let's say, gold, and then you see gold is at the 2 times ATR, you might think that, okay, so most of the time the price of gold doesn't go higher than 2 times ATR. So is it really a smart thing to buy here?
Yeah, that was interesting. I think we had this last week when Victor was on the live stream. No, he had quite good statistics actually on that. How likely is the trend to continue? When you reach certain ATR levels. I think he works a lot with ATR levels anyway, no, and then combines them with price actions. Very interesting. These type of questions, I always like to ask him, because I know he has statistics on them, so I don't need to go through the pain of doing that myself.
Yeah, when I think about Victor, I think about someone who has like a big stack of paper with your statistics on different patterns and different indicators, and then because you ask him like
trading,
the things that he know is like he's an expert at, like he's an expert at the things he do in trading. I think that's important. You want to pick your style, and then you want to become best possible person to trade that style.
Excel, yeah, not papers anymore. So it's a virtual stack of papers.
No, I actually think he has real papers.
You think so?
Probably, yeah. I think
we should ask him next time.
Yeah, we need to ask him.
Very quickly, you guys might remember where I circled this move we saw down here in gold to the 50 exponential moving average, where I said, if you want to trade the momentum, this usually is a good area to enter. You can see how it was deflected off this. So there's a good chance that gold is going to continue the momentum upwards and maybe break out or attack this area of 2,950 soon. Could, of course, as well be that we see like a squeeze of those moving averages now, the 20 moving average, exponential moving average, and the 51, and then we see a pullback to the 200 EMA. But this is why I like trading momentum-based assets, because you can keep things very simple when you try to enter position. You can do it like Jonathan did this morning with breakout patterns. You can do it like this. I think this probably would be pretty similar to what Alex would be looking at when he's trading cable, for example, or euro dollar. But this makes sense, and you're, as I said, I still need to get statistics for gold on this. This is also why I didn't enter the trade. But I wouldn't be surprised that once you have those established trends in gold, that this is a pattern that works very well for entry and re-entry. And it's, easy. You don't need much on your chart. Forget all the other fancy indicators I added here. Trading can be as simple as this.
What did we make of gold now?
Well, as I said, I'm waiting right now. I would like to see a pullback to the 200 EMA, and then potentially I would look for a long position with a quite tight stop loss. The best would be, of course, it still would be possible as well if we, like my ideal trade would be to see a pullback all the way down here to this area, because this is where my true range lower band is at the moment, and then see a bunch of buy signals. So something like we saw really last night here, buy signal, bottom signal, low signal. This would be my ideal trend. But like I said, I have a feeling gold likes to do stuff like this in the Asian session and not so much in the European session. So this is really something I might need to automate. I'm using a simple moving average for the 200 here. You can also use an exponential moving average. I don't think there is much difference probably in how they work. Indicators I'm using here are, besides the moving averages, are proprietary indicators. So these are indicators I developed myself over the course of the last 10 years. So they are not, for use for other people. I keep those to myself.
Okay, so let's see. We got and what you're on the 2-minute time frame right there. You're looking at the moving averages, Heiken Ashen candle as well. That's interesting.
Yeah, I should note that I like to use Heiken Ashen candles because they also average the price. In my opinion, it's clearer to see the trend. Like when I zoom out here, even on the 2-minute charts, I like I said earlier, I think it's much clearer to see the trend. And
but is
yeah,
Heiken Ashen candles, are they showing the real price, or so
they are showing an average price?
So what about stop losses then? Like if you put a stop loss below an Heiken Ashen candle, is like can price go below an Heiken Ashen candle without printing a Heiken Ashen candle, if that makes sense?
Well, I wouldn't put like directly under candle price. You should leave some space always. Yeah. Because this is the downside, obviously, when you use Heiken Ashen candles. Sometimes you look at something, it looks like, wow, so great for signals, just because we saw a pullback here to the 50 EMA, when in reality you wouldn't really had the chance probably to get into this trade because the move looks bigger than it was in reality. This is also a reason why I said I first of all, the momentum is upward, so I only want to, if possible, enter long trades. Second of all, you need to not only trust your eyes, you need to be aware, okay, these are average prices. So a lot of times, it's not the reality what you see. We can actually switch here to normal candlesticks just to see. Let me mark this so we can see this on the normal candlesticks, how that pattern looked there, for example. No, well, okay, in this case, still, we are talking here potentially about a decline from 2,940-ish to 2,936, something like this. Is not necessarily something I want to trade, right? Because the move is just too low. You're going to pay more commission potentially on that trade than what you can earn. However, I noticed like one thing, that my set of indicators is working very well with Heiken Ashen charts. I get like more price action displayed. For example, here, this is something also here, the top, that was not displayed when I'm switched to normal candlesticks. And part of my philosophy always is, I want to combine existing tools or create new tools where there's a high likelihood that nobody else is using them or only a few people are using them. Because if you look at the same stuff that everybody's looking at, then it's kind of probably not working anymore. It takes the alpha away. There will always be somebody front running you, probably. This is, in my opinion, why like those classic indicators in their classic interpretation, like the RSI, you need to sell when it's above 70, you need to buy when it's below 30, why those do not work anymore. Because everybody's looking at them, and there are algos out there are pro traders out there that know that a lot of people are looking at those, so they are going to front run those. You need to be creative, like what you just did with the ATR, and come up with new ways to display price, with new ways to look at price as well, to find your alpha. It's
just like I said,
evolving organism also always.
Yeah, like I said, putting an EMA on the ADX and then using that EMA crossover as a buy and sell signal is technically very far away from the way you should be using the ADX. The ADX is not even close. It's not designed to be used in that way, but if it works, it works, Yeah,
absolutely. If it works, it works. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, so Calm says, my trading strategy has a 48% win rate with a risk to reward ratio of 1 to 1.5. So in 100 trades, 20% on average. I think this is really realistic, actually. I think that's some really good numbers. I'd be happy with that. I think 20% on average, 100
you average
trades,
20% per year, and you do that over the course of 5 or 10 years, you are amongst the top 1% of investors within this whole world. I can promise you this. Like the top hedge funds out there average, I think, around 13 or 14% per year. Now, those operate, of course, like with millions and billions of US dollars. And of course, you are not like create an account, drop $1 billion on that and trade Forex with that. So they use different instruments. They need to diversify, obviously, also. So very different from what retail traders like us are doing. But 20%, basically, you should be out there looking for funding if you can manage to do that over the course of 3, 4, or 5 years with a decent drawdown, of course. If you average 20% per year, but your drawdown is 80%, probably nobody's going to give you money, even though you use good risk metrics of 1 to 1.5. If you have 20% on average and your drawdown on average is, I don't know, something like 8% or 10%, for sure, I would be the first one probably to invest into you. So if you have statistic on it, feel free to forward them to us, please. I'm always looking for stuff like this.
Hamid is saying gold like to go upper, but USD is gaining, so suppressing pressure for gold. Yeah, let's that might be something to that, actually. Let's see. I'm gonna be adding my trading view here. Let's take a look at where do I have gold. And by the way, I haven't entered this one. This is just an idea I'm looking at. But yeah, I do see that it seems like, let me take a look here. Yeah, it does seem like, well, it's looking fine though. But it does seem like USD is gaining some strength. Let's look at the dollar currency index. Yeah, it's moving higher here. And then we take a look at gold. Yeah, it's looking pretty strong, actually.
It's very strong now this morning.
Yeah, looks very good.
And Hamid is, of course, completely correct also. When we have a strong US dollar, you're going to see a tendency of lower gold prices, just because gold is measured in US dollar.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be back in just a minute.
Which makes it, by the way, even more amazing, in my opinion, that we see the strength from gold with a US dollar that has been trending very much stronger. You need to make a move forward.
Yeah, just a quick break. Be back soon.
Good. Then let me maybe share my screen here. I wanted actually to also have a look at. How does it look better? I think like this is nicer, no? At the indices, because I said on Monday, those of you who watched on Monday already, that I thought it's a pretty good sign. So I'm looking at the S&P 500 here, that we saw a Friday close almost at the all-time high, and we did see the breakout here to new all-time highs right now. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a continuation here to the upside of risk-on assets. The thing that doesn't really match this at the moment, in my opinion at least, is what we are seeing from the US dollar, because normally you would expect a US dollar moving weaker when we see risk-on assets such as crypto, such as stocks rising. But yeah, it's not happening at the moment. So the Trump effect is definitely still there in the US dollar. President Trump is always going to be a pro-US dollar guy. He has said, I mean, nowadays he also talks obviously about crypto a lot, but he's always said he wants, you know, the US dollar to continue to be the currency that rules them all. So a little bit odd. You don't see that very often. A strong US dollar and rising markets. And you can see here in the last really 9 months, we've come all the way down here from 112 to almost parity at one point again in euro dollar. And I personally believe that this trend, as long as Trump is talking so much about tariffs, as long as Trump is going to put the US dollar first, we're going to see a continuation probably of that trend. So I wouldn't be surprised later this year to see maybe euro dollar, for example, trading below 1. Quick look also, and you guys know that whenever I'm on, I also want to look at Bitcoin here. So we are seeing really a little bit of a boring market here for Bitcoin at the moment. I said it many times, I was expecting actually from when we look at this logarithmic regression model of Bitcoin to see the breakout. By breakout, I mean Bitcoin leaving this green channel here to the upside. I was expecting this to happen somewhere between October last year or late October last year and actually now, mid of February. It hasn't happened so far. So there is obviously then the danger that this bull market could potentially be over already. Because if the bull market repeats what it did the last times, we should see, so if we see the cycle again that we saw the last time, so the breakout into this frenzy mode like we saw here in 2020, 2021, like we also saw here in 2017 and 2018. So that was this breakout. If this is to happen, it has to happen somewhere now, because the natural cycle top of Bitcoin would be somewhere between late April of 2025 and early November of 2025. So I would be surprised if this pattern breaks. I don't expect it to break. There's still the chance of seeing that breakout, but you know, things need to move rather quickly soon. So what I'm doing right now when we're looking at Bitcoin and when I want to build up swing trading positions, for me, this area here, all the way this area between the blue moving average, which is the 8 weeks moving average, so daily chart, but weekly moving averages, and the so-called bull market support bands, which are here the yellow and the red line. So in these bull markets, we see that very often that Bitcoin likes to retrace actually all the way down to those bull market support bands, which currently are trading around 89 to 90,000 US dollars. So there still is, if this pattern repeats itself, and we see this pattern, for example, here also on the S&P 500, that this happens very often. So if we see that, this could potentially be where the low is. Nonetheless, for me, all this area between where we are currently trading and the level of 89,000 US dollars is a potential buy zone. If that pattern then breaks and we see the structure completely changing to a downtrend, well, then it could very well also be that that was it already for this bull market. I said it many, many times. My personal strategy here is at the moment to phase slowly out from stocks and from crypto. I've been starting to do that in December. Actually, every month I phase out a little bit more. And of course, it doesn't concern us really, for day trading, for scalping. But it's also important, in my opinion, at least, to always have an eye on how the global structure is. Like, is the momentum more positive, which it is at the moment still for stocks, or are we in a bearish momentum? Because you will see that very often reflected then sooner or later also on the lower time frames. And you're back.
I have a question here on gold. I mean, I just traded gold on the 1 minute. I didn't see any issues with spread at all.
No.
I believe I got pretty good entries on. I mean, right now the spread on gold is 26.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well.
So I mean, that's very tight. So I'm not seeing any issues with the spread on gold. And like I said, I just traded it live here. You saw on the account live that I got the entries were around the same, where I wanted the entries. I mean, of course, the spreads are going to increase when there's, like, I guess, news and things happening, but I don't see it.
I mean, in general, I have to say, without wanting to advertise anything here, that I so far never had issues with spreads on the 5ers. On the contrary, I have more issues with other brokers, to be honest, sometimes.
So Mr. X says before it was 10. Are we talking about $10 or like?
I think probably he means like behind the commata, so 0.1.
Right. Okay.
But if that makes a difference for you, like the spread being 0.1 in contrast to 0.2 or 0.3, then that means you must have like some crazy super short time scalping strategy where maybe you are aiming on having like a 50-cent move or maybe a $1 move. If that is an issue,
that's not gonna that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I mean, long term, that's not gonna work. If you're reliant on having that tight spreads, it's not gonna work long term, most likely. And if you have an issue with the spread increasing that small of amount, you probably have to look over your strategy. Because what if you want to like accumulate your private account and start trading your own account on a brokerage, then these spreads are going to be much higher, and you have to account for that. So I think I think be careful with that,
Yeah, I think I don't know. Maybe you want to share with us if you are aiming at those small gains, like 50-cent moves, 75-cent moves. Of course, then I understand there is a difference then between having a spread of 0.1 and 0.2, obviously. But yeah, I would be very careful with a strategy like this, especially if you're trading it manually. That sounds more like almost market making already, something that an algo company is. Yeah, but what is 10 to 15 pips? You mean $0.1 to $0.15 in gold?
I'm quite bad at trading, but then that's absolutely nothing. That is such a small move. It's. Let me try to see if I can calculate that. I mean, even a 20 pip, if we can call it a pip on gold, is like, it's so small that I can almost barely see the difference on the screen, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it probably if you look at, I don't know, the 10-second charts or something like this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trading the, you know, the tick chart, then yeah, then of course. The, you know, which is basically the 1 second chart.
I mean, if you're doing that, there's at least the people I know that do so-called high frequency trading, or trading on the, like, really the tick charts or second charts or whatever, you know, your chart of choice is, where usually they use automated strategies and not manual, because that is crazy. And the algos then will only enter the market if the spread is like below X, or stuff like this, and it's impossible to do that manually and be successful, in my opinion, because also your cost, spread plus commission you also have, I mean, you need to take that into account as well, is probably going to eat up something like 50, 60, 70% of your potential profit.
Yeah. Right, so we got oil here, and it looks like we have
oh god, oil.
This looks very, very bullish. Now, we've had, so this is something that I've been watching for quite some time. I don't know if you guys remember, but I looked at, we looked at this breakout, right? It had a very nice, beautiful technical breakout here. And what's interesting about this was, at the time of this breakout, we didn't really have any strong fundamental reasons for this breakout to happen. So I believe that this was very much a technical breakout on oil, which is quite interesting, and because oil usually trades very much on fundamentals. But what we have right now on oil, and I've measured the fib from the very low of the breakout move, from all the way down here to all the way up here, and what we see right now is we see a rather bullish reaction within the reload zone right here, which also comes in with a quite nice high time frame level. And we have a double bottom on the daily. Looking at the 4 hour, we have a double bottom here on the 4 hour as well, and perhaps also we can see a bounce within that area right here. So I think this is actually good, a good possible good trade. Maybe we can enter a trade here on can enter a trade on oil. Let's look at the spreads on oil. I don't think they're the best, but let's take a look. Where do we have oil? Is it, so the one I looked at is that VTI? West Texas oil, so that should be US crude. That should be US crude, right? If I have added it. Where is it? Okay, so that should be this one, right? Let's go to the daily. Are we seeing the same price structure? Yes, we are. So let's see if we can actually get a trade in on this. What is the spread here on oil? It's at 9. I mean, let me take a quick look at that. That's quite good, isn't it? I mean, it's not. So what is the spread? Is it 9? Let's try it out right here. Let's try it out right here. Okay. Let's enter. You know, I'm entering with a super low position size. 0.10. Where's my stop loss at? Okay, let me see. Where am I going to get filled on gold? Get a long position. I'm gonna enter at the market. Ooh, it's all the way up here. Okay, so on the 1 minute, that's a big. Obviously, we can't trade this. We can't scalp this, right? But then So this is similar to what we have on Bitcoin, right? So if you go back to the 4-hour, now you see that it's decent still according to the higher time frames. And that's exactly what I'm thinking I want to be doing here for a trade on oil. So for swing trading gold, I mean oil, right? Trading oil, like the way I like to trade oil, it's more than enough for me. So let's see what the entry would be here, because I would want to have an entry on the let's see, around this area. My stop loss is going to be below the reload zone here. And then my TP is going to be up here, and I can adjust that when I've entered. How much should I be risking on this trade? Let's go back to TradingView quickly. Okay, so let's add another fib from this high to that low. And we probably want to be entering within the 0.702 and exiting. That would be a maybe 1.52 hour trade, something like that. Yeah, I know I can show the spread obviously within MetaTrader, but I wanted to show like a live demonstration as well. Dirk says he thinks his fiber is finally arriving. Did you get it?
No, sadly not.
Okay. I'm going to be entering a long position here on oil.
Oh,
I'm going to be risking
nice.
on this one. Let's see. So 0.5% is what I'm looking at here. Now let me just go back to... I'm gonna have to move my stops a little bit lower. Have it here. Okay, so that's gonna be the trade for me. So I'm gonna be entering right here a long position on oil, and I'm gonna be moving that. Why didn't it enter? Something wrong with the position size calculator, most likely.
Yeah, I had this yesterday when I was using one and I wanted to open a gold trade. He always suggested that I should buy 50 lots.
Yeah, no, I just entered it right there. So now remove the lines, and I want my TP on the mid zone of the reload zone up here. So that's going to be, so that's about 1 R, and this should be like 1.5 R or something like that. I'm looking at that as the trade on oil. So I'm going to keep this one open, and we'll monitor this one to see what happens. Looking at the 4-hour, the cue for me to start, monitoring this position would be a break above that trend line. Probably going to be paying quite a lot on swaps here, I believe. So maybe...
Yeah, don't forget today is you're going to pay for 3 days also, no?
Right. Yeah, I did forget about that.
And I think probably the swap on oil, in general, the swap on commodities is quite significant also. I saw somebody mentioning that. But this is something you will have with every broker. High swaps on commodities.
Yeah. Let's see. But I think I like what I'm seeing here. So let's see what we get here.
By the way, do we have somebody else joining also today still?
Yeah, we got in 30 minutes. We got Alex and Mike coming on. And we also
It's
have
12 o'clock already. My God, time flies.
Yeah, 30 minutes. We got Victor coming on. We got Mike and Alex, I think, as well. And then later we're gonna have the founder and CEO of FX Replay is gonna come on later in the live stream to do some live back testing and kind of walk through the how to use the FX Replay platform. And I also think we're gonna have maybe some discounts on that product for the 5ers community. So that's gonna be interesting to see what we have on that. Why have global indices crashed in the last hour? Well, let's take a look at the news. What do we have in terms of news? I'm not really seeing anything right now. There's something about China, Japan, and South Korea free trade agreement. I don't think that's like a big thing. Might be.
Well, it's not really crashing also, no? I mean, I see the DAX here trading 0.7% lower, for example.
Why do people use the word crash when it's, I mean, I'm going to pull up my trading view here, and like, where's the crash? You know, people use that word very interestingly. Okay, ECB says restriction has come down significantly up to a point where we can no longer stay with confident that our monetary policy is still restrictive. All right.
Which basically means we want to turn on the printer again.
Yep. Okay, so what does that do? Let's go over to Euro USD, see what happened with price when that news broke. Nothing really. El Saint says everything is in the red. It doesn't matter. That's the thing, though. It doesn't matter if everything is in the red. I mean, that's something that a lot of news channels and news network like to say, like, oh, it's all red across the screen. It's all red today. Like it's something problematic. But then you think about it. Will everything go up simultaneously at all times? Will it never go down? Of course it's going to go down. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. Some days we're going to be having green days. Some days are going to be red. And if you look at the S&P 500, like I looked at Bloomberg this morning and they're like, oh, the S&P 500 is red. It's opened red. It's a red day for the markets. But wait a minute. We're like, you look at 4 hour, we're at the same price that we were the 14th of February. And we've stayed in this range.
We are defending the all-time highs there. Yeah, that's
yeah. It's like
extremely bullish right now.
Yeah, we broke into new all-time highs yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, it's a red day." What are you talking about? It's a bullish day. No matter what.
I think it's because they don't know what else to talk about probably at that precise moment, you know.
And like, yeah, it's incredible. So I think people, when you like, if you're watching this and you're looking at. Okay, Mr. X is giving us a trade here. So let's go to gold. And we're going to look at this, okay? Let's see. We're going to the 1 minute. Oh, shit, it's breaking out. Oh, it's not really breaking out. Okay. So what would be the entry? 2945. The stop loss would be 2944.
Oh, so 10 pips for you is $1. Now I understand. I thought you were talking about 0.1, before.
2947. I think this is a good trade, actually. Yeah, I think this is a good. This is a good trade, but this is not. Oh, okay. But I rarely see that type of spread on MetaTrader though. We saw it this morning. It's definitely not this wide. That's a good trade though. I quite like that entry. I like the stop loss as well. I mean, this is not a bad trade.
But I understand now what he was coming from when, you know, of course, if you have like a profit target of $2 and it matters then if the spread is 0.1 or 0.25 or whatever.
Yeah.
If you pay like 10 or 25% of your potential profit in terms of spread already. And don't forget, you know, you always pay 2 times for the spread. Yeah, you have to open the position, you have to close the position, so you walk through the spread 2 times.
That's right. It does make sense. That's the thing. If you're trading on the low time frames like that, that's the thing you have to take account for, you know. Okay, we're gonna look at US 30 here. Let's see what we got. Hey, by the way, guys, make sure they hit that like. I see that the likes are quite low today, and I actually forgot to ask about that like, but make sure that you hit that like because it's a very small gesture from you guys, but it really
just
means
not
the
so
world
likable,
for us.
Jonathan. Let's face it.
Yeah, today I wasn't very likable. My fiance said the same. She watched the live streams. She said you should smile more. Here I am smiling. Look at that, smiling. Look at my face. Okay, so let's take a look at US 30. All right, so what we have right now is a actually quite nice symmetrical triangle here on the daily. However, yeah, I would say that triangle patterns are short-term patterns. I would say that this is more of a actually this is quite nice. Looks pretty good actually. So on the US 30, I am seeing obviously that we had okay, it looks very strong.
Can I just say I wouldn't analyze the US 30? Why do you want to analyze the worst index, US index? Why not the S&P 500?
Because he's probably trading it.
Are you trading, Hamid, are you trading US 30 instead of the S&P 500? And if so, what are your reasons for it? Not blaming you, just really curious.
Yeah, you're definitely blaming him. Like, why did you trade this? This is the worst index in the history of indexes.
No, because I'm saying that because, you know, the S&P 500 is an index that prices in dividend payments, whereas the Dow Jones is an index that is a cash index, so to say. So the more realistic value is, in my opinion, the S&P 500. It's also the broader index, of course.
And it also has the, you know, like you said, it's priced with the dividend payments and also has that underlying survival bias that is, I believe, they're more active on that with the S&P 500.
It's the benchmark also, no? If you run a mutual fund, if you are somebody, a mutual fund manager investing in US stocks, your benchmark usually for your success will be the S&P 500.
Yeah, and I think it's quite clear looking at price action here. US 30, well, I guess, I mean, if you're trading US 30, you're doing that right. Most very similar to the S&P 500 though. I mean, on the daily hits, this is just, I mean, I pull up the daily, I look at this, and I'm just gonna move on, right? When I see this, I'm just gonna move on. I need to see clear price action, clear price action, clear structure, clear levels, and not too compressed. Too compressed of a chart.
Yeah, exactly.
Say US 30 on the 5. Is there a big difference here between this one and 5ers? This is a interesting question from L Saint. What would be your definition of a crash? Well, okay, let's look at a crash.
On the asset, no?
Yeah, let's look.
I mean, if we're talking about stocks, the answer is going to be different than crypto. You know, if we have a up 5 or down 5% day on Bitcoin, it's going to be like, you know, it's just a normal day for crypto. This is volatility. If it's a 5% move to the downside in stocks, that is significant. But
I can tell you that this is what a crash looks like: a daily bearish candle with a daily strong gap to the downside and momentum continuing into Monday. This could perhaps be the beginning of the crash. This is what a crash looks like. Now compare that one with the current daily candle. Okay, that's a bit of a difference, I would say. You know, so this is a crash. This is nothing. Okay, when you have, if this daily candle moves down in, you know, a couple of hours down to perhaps this level, then I would say that that is the potential beginning of a crash.
Yeah.
If you have like a weekend gap that opens down here or something like that, that's a crash, you know. So a crash is when there's panic in the market. People are forced to liquidate their positions. That's a crash. A crash is not when there's, you know, prices are bearish, you know. Okay. I have forward testing strategy for 3+ years. How or where can I share those results to some investors? Because I hate the mindset of gaining 100% per month. You hate the mindset of gaining 100% per month. I want fun.
Yeah, I think what you probably mean is that, you know, you don't want to sell something where the pitch is you can make 100% per month. You want to keep it more realistic. But in general speaking, what is important here is back testing, forward testing. It doesn't really matter. What you want to have is real results, meaning if you are trading this, and if you don't have the money, it's okay to also, you know, trade it on a demo account. No worries about this. But you want to show a potential investors how is this strategy performing, either on a demo account, live trading it, or even better, of course, on a real account. And you know, no need to have like 10K or 100K in trading capital. That's enough if you have like $500 or $1,000, because the risk management is not going to be different from $500 or $1,000 to a 100K account. You're always going to work probably with percentages of risk there. And then you need data, and you need a lot of data. So you probably need to trade this for at least 6 months, better 1 to 2 years. And then you can hand it to investor. For all that matters, you could give it to me. You know, I'm, like I said in the beginning, I'm always looking for investments like this. And if I see that your risk metrics, something like Sharpe ratio, for example, is an important one. Drawdown, average expectancy, I think it's called in English, on the right side. Meaning, you know, that you, let's say you make on average 7% per month, and you only have a drawdown of 3% on average per month. This is something good. If you have 7% per month, but your drawdown is 20 or 30%, then probably no professional investor is going to touch that with a lot of capital, at least. But you need this. You need live statistics, because, I mean, by all means, you know, I could generate a strategy now for you that looks like very good in backtesting, but it's probably not going to perform. It doesn't mean anything, backtesting.
Well, okay, so we're actually, you know, we're talking, you know, we're having a live stream with, you know, for the 5ers here, and you're asking about, you know, where, you know, how get an account, get an evaluation account. Yeah. Get funded, and now you're funded. You don't even have to reach out to investors. Like, that's why we're here. That's the opportunity that we're giving you. You have the strategy. You get a high stakes account, because that's probably what you need with the leverage. Get a high stakes account. Make sure that you're not trading through news. You can also use the statistics, obviously, for that account if you want to reach out to other investors. But I mean, if you're able, you can get funded with $4 million from us. So if you're able to reach that level, you don't need any investors. Like, you don't need investors, man. You get that 4 million in capital, you know. And then, you know, if I think what you need is the hyper stakes account. But then the hyper growth account is also very good, because you're going to be doubling your account at every 10% up to 4 million. I'm on the hyper growth account, but I'm not scalping. But yeah, get an account, man. Get an account, and if you're able to get those statistics, you'll be able to make a lot of money trading that for sure.
And then you're going to come on the show as well.
How many 4 million traders do we have at the 5ers? I'm not sure actually. I don't have the statistics on that. I'm only on YouTube. So I don't have the inside knowledge to be able to share that, I'm afraid. But it would be an interesting statistics to look up for sure.
Can ask that next time we have Saul on. Maybe a good question for him to ask.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely quite difficult to reach that level, because if you look at hyper growth, you're gonna double the account every 10%, and if you're able to get to 4 million, that means you have a long-term sustainable trading strategy. And if you have a long-term sustainable trading strategy with the max loss that it requires, it's going to take you a very long time. Like, that's just mathematically, it's going to take a long time. And if you have the strategy where you're able to reach 4 million in a short time period, you're probably going to blow the account before you reach 4 million. So it's a long journey to reach that 4 million.
I mean, let's be realistic here, Also, also outside of the macroverse of the 5ers, finding somebody that's going to provide you with 4 million in trading capital is also difficult. Nobody would throw 4 million at you. It probably always would be something like, you know what, I'm going to give you 10K or 50K. When you have to prove, within certain risk metrics, just like here for the evaluation accounts, that you actually can do it. Because there's always this other component, in my opinion, also, if backtesting strategies, even if these strategies work well in a live environment, there is still one more obstacle in the way, and that is yourself and your mindset. Because you won't believe how often probably you are going to be tempted to take your profits too early, or to move your stop loss or whatever. And this is very often, from my experience at least, a bigger challenge to overcome.
Yeah, definitely.
You yourself are your worst enemy, so to say.
Yeah, definitely. And I also think, do you really want investors? Because imagine, what happens when you start losing money?
And
I think
I've done this extensively in the past. I used to have a lot of investors, and I stopped doing it because what happens normally is when you have good months, people are going to throw money at you. But once you have just 1 month, where you didn't perform very well, I'm not saying you lost a lot of money, but maybe you lost 1%, or maybe 2%, or maybe 3%, people are going to withdraw their money. And there are out there, and you should Google that, a lot of statistics, for example, from hedge funds, that prove this hedge fund on average in the past 10 years has earned its investors 15% on average. But the average investor of that hedge fund actually lost money. Why? Because they always transferred money into the hedge fund when it had a good period, and they took it out when there was a drawdown, leading to them losing money because they were always late to the game. They should have, if they trust, of course, that hedge funds, if they trust that investor, you need to put the money actually during a drawdown then period in there. But it's very hard. It's the same principle as we saw, for example, on Bitcoin 2 years ago when Jonathan and I were talking, when we were trading at 16K, and we were advertising, hey, buy Bitcoin now, buy Bitcoin now. I don't think probably anybody who was watching our streams back then probably bought Bitcoin, because people are very cyclical in their investment approach.
Yeah. Look at how close Euro GBP came to my stop loss right here. I'm still in this position, just holding it until my stop loss gets hit here. So right now, a lot of my positions I'm holding open is in the red here, but I'll walk you through the swing trading positions that I have open here. So I got Euro GBP about to perhaps hit stop loss here if it doesn't reverse here. We'll get AUD CAD. Actually, this one is looking fairly good. So if we have that breakout, I'm going to start adding to this again. And then USD CAD is I'm looking for a move like this on the USD CAD, and if we get that, I will add to this position as well. NCD USD is looking really, really good. This is one position that I'm liking. We now have on the close of this daily candle, a confirmed uptrend on a daily, and I also like on the 4 hour this retest right here. So if we break out here, I'll be adding a little bit to that position and move my stops up. What about NCD CAD? Yeah, NCD CAD looks quite good as well. If we break above this level, then I will be adding to this position as well and start adding to that as well. I think you can also see on my swing trading positions here on Euro GBP, I'm looking for a 180 pip move. On AD CAD 200 pip, USD CAD is a 460 pip move, NCD USD of 360, and NCD CAD 180 again. So I'm looking for big moves, which means I'm going to stay in these positions for quite some time. All right, we're going to have Mike and Alex coming on in under 10 minutes. So make sure that you like the video, show them that you show them that you like them, and maybe they'll come on to the live stream here and do some live trading for all of you. How long does it? This is impossible to answer. You know, how long does it take someone to scale from 100k half stakes to 500k? It's obviously it's going to be impossible to answer. It depends on how you're trading. Okay, CAD JPY. Let's take a look at CAD JPY. So what are you looking at here? What type of analysis do you want? Looking at the higher time frames or lower time frames? What's your time horizon here if you're going to be trading CAD JPY? So giving me that information would help me with the analysis. Ahmed wants US 30 again. Let's take a look at that after this one. Okay, it says higher time frames. Okay, so let's get a trade set up from Trader Lawrence as well. Oh, Hamid wants us to take a look at 5ers because to see what's wrong on 5ers. There's something different with the chart on 5ers. Well, let's take a look at that. All right. Yeah, I believe max funding for high stakes is different. I'll have to look that up. Okay, so CAD JPY. So the first thing I'm noticing is this. It seems we're in the middle area of that downwards trending channel. Can add a trend line here. Can add some fibs here on this daily move. Okay, so we have a bounce on the 50% fib and that trend line area. So let's go into yes, hyper growth and bootcamp does allow for news trading and holding positions overnight and the weekend. So looking at CAD JPY here, I would say that probably have to lean bullishly here. Good level below here, comfortable with the 0.618 as well. So if we can come down and hit that level, maybe that trend line as well, then perhaps we'll be able to move higher.
Just very quickly here, I'm looking at this supposed issue with US 30 right now, what Hamid said there. Can you specify what you mean, Hamid? What supposedly is wrong with it? Because I'm comparing it right now to TradingView and cannot see, like, at least from the chart, any difference.
No, I'm not seeing much of a difference either. The unusual spike on the 5 minutes, it says. Yeah, okay, that is.
Okay, that was like a wick up here from.
That is. That is special for sure.
Yeah, we didn't see that. If I look here at TradingView, Oanda, we didn't see that there.
You're right. We didn't. Interesting.
That's very interesting. Thanks for pointing that out. I mean, that's like a 100-point spike there, no? Quite substantial.
That's a huge difference, yeah.
Can do me a favor, Hamid, maybe open a support ticket for this one to get some explanation. Sometimes it's like displayed wrongly on MetaTrader. I know that you sometimes see that also on TradingView. It's when the feed is there's something wrong with the feed. If you got stopped out because of something like this, you might want to open a support ticket.
Yeah, open a support ticket is what I would be recommending here as well. We are currently in profit on the oil trade. Let's see if we can move higher. Let's look at gold. We have a lot of questions on gold as well. Let me know if there's anything else you guys want me to take a look at before we got Alex and Mike coming on here. So make sure that you hit the like button as well while you wait for them to come on. Yeah, gold is still strong. That trade would have been stopped out though, but yeah, I mean, it's holding the range.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, really, we see the US dollar strength today, and we still have golds in an uptrend, or at least, you know, maybe not continuing at the same pace it continued last night, but still holding its ground. So that, in my opinion, again, speaks for looking for long positions here, not short positions in gold.
Yeah.
It's like, despite all odds being against it, risk on. You know, we see, stock market's a little bit down pre-trading, but I'm sure later on, if the building permits are we're going to see continuation in the S&P 500 to the upside. And despite all this risk-on environment, gold is this strong. So it's like, for me, I wouldn't touch it with chopsticks at the moment and try to short it. It's like a bit suicidal.
I mean, we'll definitely need a confirmation if you're gonna short this, but I mean, this is something I'm watching. I quite like this idea.
You're watching for a short trade or what in gold?
No, I'm not. I'm not watching for a.
Oh, you wanted the price to go down there for a new entry. What is that price level? Jonathan.
What's up, Mike?
Hey guys,
Hey,
how we
Mike.
doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I am good. I am selling EJ at the moment.
Selling EJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is looking good. Same on GJ as well.
Well, show us the chart.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just pulling it up. There we go. So I am in a few positions on a few accounts at the moment. But I'm basically roughly in around here. So stops just up here and selling. I'm going to keep my take profit basically open. I'm going to just monitor the trade, see how it goes. But basically, if I take it out to the 4 hour, we've got a long way down, and we've got the EMAs have crossed over. So I'm looking for the trade to probably come down to around this area on EJ. So around about the 157 as a nice psychological area as well. So if it works out, then it would take me to roughly, where are we? I think I've got TPs at 157,100. So where am I? There we go. Roughly there. So a nice 17R win if I can get it to go where I want it to go.
That's incredible.
Well, we'll see. At the moment, it's going against me, but on GJ it looks good for sales.
I mean, that stop loss is just way too tight. Holy shit, that is a tight stop loss. That's something like that's something that Victor would probably be doing.
That is a Victor move.
As a Victor stop.
It's a Victor
stop.
stop.
Victor.
So yeah, I'm hoping to see it. Let me just clean up these charts a bit. So hoping to see it react now. If it doesn't, then I might end up just closing.
Dude, this is Richard is here as well. Your future student.
Day 2 of begging Mike.
You should open up an Instagram just for him, and then he will be your only follower.
Oh dear. We'll see, Richard. We'll see. Just
all right. Was that
turn up the
Victor?
streams.
Hello. Speaking of Victor, who's in the house?
Well, it's Victor. Welcome, Victor.
Last trader is in with us.
How's everyone doing? Nice to see all of you, Dirk, Mike, Jonathan. It's good to be back with you guys.
Yep. Nice to. Well, I'm actually gonna leave. That's what I'm gonna do.
Me too. We are
okay.
going to hand over to you guys. Leave you guys in the competent hands of Victor and Mike, and I don't know, Alex also joining, I think, later.
Yeah, Alex, I think is.
You know, Alex, he kind of does whatever he wants. If I'm going to be honest.
Jonathan, you supposedly booked Alex in for now and for later, so he's like, you can't have him at both times. Is basically the way he sees it, So he said that you might have to just do with just me for now, and then he'll try and join later. But
yeah, it's going to be you and Victor, and then he comes on later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty. Cool.
Alrighty,
we'll
guys.
catch you guys in a bit then.
All right.
A good one. Good
guys.
luck today, and see you potentially later.
Cheers,
Thank
guys.
you, Dirk,
Bye.
Jonathan. Bye. See you again.
See you soon.
I'm trying to get everything ready. What have you guys been discussing so far today, Michael?
I only came in a couple of minutes before you did, so I'm not sure what the guys were talking about. I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was very insightful. But yeah, I'm not sure what they were in. But I am currently in a sell on EJ.
Okay.
If you look at GJ and EJ, they're looking nice for sells right now, and this is basically why we've got a massive amount of strength on the Japanese yen right now. And both the euro and the pound are showing a lot of weakness. So I'm looking to see that continue, because if we take it out to the 4 hour, we can see that price on the 4 hour has crossed over the EMAs here on the 21 and the 50. They've crossed over again, and now they're widening out. So I'm expecting to see it come further down. So that's where I'm looking to see some further push down.
And I heard
these lows.
I heard something about a stop being quite tight.
It was a Victor stop, as Johnson called it. It's a Victor stop. So yeah, there's my stop on the 1 minute.
Oh, that's on the 1 minute. Let me go check that out.
So there you go.
That's we're talking about let me
EJ.
amplify your screen. Yeah, yes, EJ, but the stop is about what, 9 pips?
150. I'm not sure how many pips. Hang on, let me. It is
7 pips.
7. Yeah.
Yeah, for EJ, that's quite tight, right? Because EJ,
It is. Yeah.
it's not. Yeah, it is. It is quite tight. Good for you.
But if you look at the reason I'm taking it is if you look at it, we've got all these wicks in this area. We're at a 50% Fibonacci level, which is a strong level. And yeah, we'll see how it plays out in the 5-minute. It's still trying to sell off, but we're still getting a bit of resistance from the buyers. So we'll see. There's a 15-minute inside bar that could be my undoing. That could be the only thing that could stop me. But as I say, we're at this 21 EMA, so I'm hoping to see us push off that, and we'll just leave this liquidity level for later. So,
and I saw yesterday, I think you were looking into Aussie dollar Kiwi, the Aussie Kiwi pair.
Yeah.
How did that go? I didn't look at it, but I do know that today during Asian session, of course, we had the Royal Bank of Australia coming out with their rate statement, and that always brings a lot of volatility. So how did you get out? I mean, I imagine you got out before that moment, or
basically so yesterday I was chopped, and this price action is what killed me yesterday. So yesterday morning I had a terrible session where basically I was just destroyed for various trades. I was basically trying to sell this move, and I around about here, because I was seeing this resistance, I tried getting in here. My stops were here, and yeah, I was taken out. I eventually did get a small sell on this move here, but actually yesterday the trades that saved me and got me to break even yesterday were these two on gold. So
nice.
Yesterday afternoon, actually on stream, these were the two trades that I took. So I could just see us continuing the bullish move. EMAs had nicely crossed over, and yeah, that was. I mean, psychologically, I could have probably held them, and obviously, if I had done, then there would have been really nice trades. And initially, my expected TP originally when I did this second one was up here, so that would have been a nice 7R, and this one was a 4. But you know, every win's a win, so you know, I'm not gonna.
Of course. It's easy to feel bad about the profits we didn't get, but I think that's not the the most helpful perspective to have on missed profits, because let's be honest, we're not gonna get all of it all the time. We should be content with a slice of the pie, and not wanting to get the whole pie all the time. Doesn't happen. At least that's how I know trading. So we should just be happy with a slice, go home, enjoy your slice, and that's it. Come for another day.
Exactly. So yeah, this one I'm tempted to bring my stops up to this level here, looking at the 5-minute, especially with this move that we've got going at the moment. So I might just adjust some trades.
Actually, I said Royal Bank of Australia, but it's Royal Bank of New Zealand that had their rate statement. I confused them. So we were looking at Aussie dollar against the Kiwi. But great stuff, man. And let me see the EJ, that pair that you have been. Let me go see what I would be doing there. Let me, if you don't mind, I'll put mine on and see if I see a trade through the glasses by which I look at the market. So always when I see someone either taking a trade or breaking down a pair, I like to do it myself through the same things I do all the times, and see if would I've been entering before at the same time, or would I've even have the same trade on, because it helps me understand what other people are reading and doing, and how my way of doing it it's not a comparison, but it gives me more insight into how my system picks up signals or not.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so on the weekly time frame, what do I see? I start with the current bar. I go back and look for the order blocks, and we have a bullish order block here that is in the process of being I like the music. that is in the process of being retested. We had a broken bullish structure, right? That's a sell signal or a bearish sign, I should say, right? It's no longer there, but the fact that it was there, buyers came in at that moment, but eventually they were taken over by the sellers, and it was afterwards. This is the candle that invalidated that order block. Afterwards, it was retested as a failed bullish structure. So that tells me that it has on the weekly time frame. It's still very weak. Other than that, we have a mitigated order block here. So that's not something that I'm gonna be using, but in absence of anything else, I could use that as a target. Besides that, there isn't really much. There is, of course, an order block here, but it's not part of anything relevant to me, so I'm not going to be using that. I only want to know that it's there, but that's it. There's also some structures all the way back, but I don't think they're very relevant, unless in the absence of anything else, I could use them. But they're not going to be something that I would be using for anything as a setup. Okay, so that's the only area we're getting into is a demand area based on the weekly. Let's see, we had a very nice quasi that actually worked out. Look at that. Apparently I analyzed this in the past, and this is the quasi. Price comes back to that order block and moves away. Perfect. That's a perfect setup right there. Beauty.
It's always nice when you see those when you look back on it.
Yeah, actually, this is not a trade that I would have remembered if I traded this, but apparently I somewhere in I don't know when I analyzed this, but somewhere in the past I analyzed this. All right, so we have what else can we see? So we start with at each time frame I start with the current bar, and I go back until I see any order block that might be fitting of something. We have here a retest of this order block, which is actually this is on the daily, and actually there's a bigger one here, so it's a bigger area. Has been retested. It was fresh as it was retested, so this is the fresh order block. Man, this is very technical. EJ is moving very, very technical. Look at it. This is the creation of the order block. It comes back for an immediate retest, which is not a mitigation in my book. This is the actual mitigation, the first actual not immediate retest, and it moves away. Perfect. I wouldn't have expected it any other way. All right, so we have that. We have some order blocks above us. Very nice how it reacts to that order block. But I'm not going to be using that since it's not fresh, and I think actually it is part of a quasi, but okay, so it is part of a quasi. Okay, so we have a structural break here. Right. And other than that, we have a all right, so this is one entry order block on the daily time frame. Wasn't exactly touched, and we created another one here, which may be retested in the future as price is moving away. Remember the weekly time frame, I'm looking for weakness. As the price is perhaps going in this direction, who knows if this bullish order block will hold. I don't know that, but since market structure is weak, I have my doubts on that. And as the market is creating, it might do something like this as it using that order block. I don't say it's going to happen, but that's just one scenario. And actually, the order block is a bit wider as well. So that's what I have on the bear side. On the bearish side, let me take that out. That's it on the Let's see what we have here on the daily time frame. I don't think I have anything else. And on the 4-hour, there is actually the quasi is all the way up here, which has been taken out. So we could be looking for a, remember, there's a demand zone here on the weekly. There isn't on the daily, right? This is the area. We go to the 4-hour. So actually we could, because of that weekly order block, we could see some kind of a push starting from lower or started from here. We don't really know, but we could see some buying pressure coming in. And we do have a quasi on the H4 supporting that idea, but the order blocks are all the way down here. All right, so we're talking about this area. So if it gets into this area, I'm interested in looking for a buy. Not completely because of the daily, because the daily isn't there, but the weekly is. So we do have some kind of higher time frame confluence right there, but nothing else. I'm not looking for a long based on this quasi, other than this structure we have below us, quite lower, quite a lot lower. Okay, so let me zoom into more recent local price action. So I see this order block. This could be, since you're long, right? You're short. You're muted, but I read your lips. You said short.
Sorry, I'm sure I've got I'm in my shared office, and I saw somebody in the comments was saying there was a lot of background noise, so I just muted myself. Apologies for that, guys.
Yes, no problem. Thank you for doing that. You're short. All right, so this is something above. We don't have anything. It hasn't retested. I would have been this is the area that I would like to be selling from if possible. But we had a very nice entry, I shouldn't say entry, but a very nice retest of that order block. Created it, order block comes back, and you could be looking for a short there. And another one, this one isn't a fresh order block anymore. This would be a second retest, so I don't trade those. But I would still be in the trade, unless actually not really, because it will be an intraday trades. I wouldn't be holding it for that long. So I would have been targeting perhaps that low before. But yeah, I see that the order flow on the H4 is definitely bearish. Right, there was one order block here on the bullish side, that was very quickly invalidated, meaning there's bearishness all over the place. So you want to be short. All right, so I see that. There's also look at this failed outside bar. Is it? Let's look at the high of this, 92.5, and the close is 93.3. So this is basically a bullish structure. Buyers did come in great amount, and they were very quickly punished with a invalidation. So meaning it's short. Yes, I agree with you. It's a definite short. Two bullish structures being invalidated, while the bearish ones, they hold very nicely. So if I go to lower time frames, oh, nice. Is this an outside bar? This is the high of this is 72.2, and the high of this is 71.9. It's borderline not a outside bar, but you can clearly see that this is the area that was sold from. Too bad it isn't an outside bar, but it was a fresh order block, and it's an outside bar on the 1 hour. Very nice one. I like this setup, Michael. Kudos to you. All right, so I have a fresh order block that was retested, moved away in such a way, leaving another outside bar, because this is also an outside bar. So you see a lot of pressure, selling pressure in the market for EJ. I like that a lot. I would have wanted to be short in this wick, if possible. Right? Sometimes you don't get to enter at the places I would have, that would be the optimal place for me to get in. It's actually in this order block. And if I go to the lower time frames, it's after the fact, so that's always difficult There was a quasi, although there was this quasi here. Ooh, man, this is a very nice setup. That would be the structure to be taken out. I mean, to trigger the entry, and that's 8:30, which is perfectly fine for my trading session. All right, so this is this would have been a very nice entry, putting your stop above that high. I don't know, whatever. If this is 6, considering that it's EJ, you gotta take more margin for it and target, something daily low or based on the ATR or some structure to the left. Very, very nice. Okay, so I don't. Yeah, I definitely short. I agree with you. Oh, I see that. You're looking for that 15-minute. Okay, I see that. Is that a reason you're looking for that short?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And if I look at it on the, if I just quickly share mine on the 1 minute, so we've come up to the 200 EMA, and we've just not been able to break past it. We've now come down on here on the 1 minute. We also have a perfect equal low, which we've just taken. So I now want to see what the reaction is going to be. But at the moment, it's still quite a strong bearish candle. So I expect it still to probably push further down, because you can see the 21 and the 50 EMA coming back closer together again. So right now is probably a decision time for where price wants to go. Is it going to push back down and continue further down, or is it going to try and push up? On the 15-minute, what I do like is that we took the inside bar. We haven't taken this side of it yet. So we still have this side on the 15-minute. But we've taken the high of it and we've pushed straight down. That 15-minute candle really pushed straight down. And then if I look at the 11-minute and the 7-minute, the 7-minute in particular looks very nice with this bearish move, and then the following candle as well. So at the moment, it looks like I might have caught it, but it's one that I'm having to carefully monitor and manage on the lower time frame, particularly on the 1 minute, just to see this bullish candle right now. If that closes, that one is not ideal. I want to see how this now reacts, because it's reacted off the wick of this one. So we could now see a bullish move take over again. I really want to see price reject this inside bar on the 15-minute and say, no, we're leaving that. If these two EMAs continue to pull down, then we might be okay, because it's obviously done this bullish move up, and now it's coming back down to hopefully reverse back down again. The areas that I see of potential resistance are here. Support, are here and here at the moment.
Nice move there.
There we go. So it's taken that one. So now I would expect price to come down to one of these two and probably see a reaction from those two areas. But I can see we've still got liquidity further down. So we've got whatever this big news candle was. I think it was a news candle. This one here. Was a wickless candle from what I can see. Yeah, it was. So it shot straight up. So here for me is imbalance. So I'd be looking for price to certainly come back down here. And if we've broken this structure now, albeit by just a margin, but we have broken it. If we look on our other time frames, 15-minute, we're now starting to see bearish momentum coming in. So I'm quietly confident. 22-minute looks really good. The 22-minute right now, if we can see the remaining 1 minute and 15 seconds, if we can see more of a bearish move, then I'd be really, really happy with this move continuing to the downside.
Nice. And your stop is at 90.
I've just moved my stop. I've moved my stops up. I mean, I think I'll be all right now. But I've moved my stops to the high of this 15-minute, but we'll see. We've still got some news coming in for the US dollar. So again, it's just a case of having to carefully monitor this and manage it as we go through. Right now, we've got the EMAs coming together. this, generally speaking, I mean, I've only looking at EMAs since I've really been trading with Alex, but certainly when they all bunch together, you tend to see then a divergence of them spreading out again. So I would like to see what I'm seeing right now. I'd like to see that candle to close more bearish, and then I'll be quite confident that we're going to see more bearish momentum coming down. I'm still confident that we are, but at the moment it's price is playing around a little bit. So and with GJ, these things can always chop and change randomly. And EJ, any of the Japanese pairs, as you know, they can have a tendency to chop you rather nastily.
That is correct. Yes, all the yen pairs are very volatile. Something similar as to gold, right? Gold can trick you in thinking it's gonna go up, and perhaps you may be even right, but before it actually goes your way, it may come and just wick you out of the trade.
Exactly.
That happens all the time, and GJ is something similar. You never know. You have to give it some room for wiggle.
Exactly. What was interesting is what GJ actually gave me the added confidence that we were going to be going short. So you can see here, GJ had to come up a bit higher on the retest. Okay, but it's a similar type of structure. Both of them are selling off, but GJ had to come up a bit higher. But they were both looking very, very similar structure. EJ just looked cleaner in terms of the entry, and it was earlier entry. But GJ's is still looking good for sells. We'll see how this one plays out.
Beautiful. Someone asking you if you trade gold. Do you trade gold, Mike?
I do trade gold. I trade gold on occasion. I need to see some kind of opportunity in gold, and ideally, I need to see some kind of big move. Right now, I think we've created all-time highs. So where I was expecting price to respect this area here, which it did to some extent. So you could have caught that nice sell here. That would have been a nice opportunity because this was the high of Friday's candle. So the high of Friday's candle was a nice one. Now, the fact that yesterday's closed very, very strongly suggests to me that we were going to keep pushing up today, and sure enough, we did. But if you look at it on the lower time frame, that level, that price held for quite some time. It reacted not once, but it did react a couple of times before that high from Friday was taken. So yeah. Yeah,
awesome. We have a lot of requests. I like that when the audience they ask us to analyze different pairs and share our views on them. I mean, that's a delight for us. I'm sure it is for you as much as it is for myself as well.
Absolutely.
Let me look for. I'm gonna switch, with your permission, switch my screen for EJ. If I'm thinking the market is going to is reacting and is going to, we had one wick on the 2 minutes or whatever time frame you want to see. We had one wick, one interaction with that 50-minute order block, which is one of the reasons Mike is short this. Of course, given everything else, but that's the reason he's looking to short it right now, or is actually already short. If I see that, my way of doing it, and I trade differently than Mike, and there isn't actually, it's not about comparison, but just sharing my way of approaching the market. What I would be looking is, after it hits the relevant structure that I think it's going to reverse from, which is this 15-minute order block right there, I want to see break of structure. I want to see a shift in the character of price action, of how price moves afterwards. So what I'm looking for on the 5-minute, that's this quasi to be broken, because this would be the left shoulder. I know it sounds weird because this is even higher, but locally I can spot a a uptrend here, right? We have a higher low and a higher high. That's enough for me to be looking for a reversal. Although obviously you want to have this high preferably in your analysis as well. But I can spot a break of structure already on the 5 minute. The only thing is I don't have an entry order block on that time frame. So if I go to other time frames, I can see that we have I don't actually see anything else. So only on the 2 minutes, there's one area here that I would be, I could see price. That would be for me an area that I will be interested to see if price gets it, how it reacts to it to get an entry. Not that I'm gonna enter this because it doesn't check all the boxes to my specific trade plan, which is different than everyone else. But that's one area that I would be interested in. But it looks to me like it's breaking down as you were expecting, Mike. So very good. Hopefully, that's going to be the beginning of the start down or the breakdown of that impulsive move. Hopefully,
Yeah.
And what is your TP? That was the imbalance you mentioned.
So my TP at the moment is flexible. I'm leaving it open.
Okay.
But I can see us coming down to this area here. So if I take it down to the daily, and if I open it up, we do have a liquidity level at 4 hours, which is actually below 157. But my TP at the moment is around about the 157, 100 level, which is a little bit more conservative. But I think it's much more likely to get hit than the others, and it's a nice level. I think it's around about here where there's a cluster of 15-minute, 5-minute liquidity levels, and it basically takes us. I mean, we could theoretically go all the way down here, because I think, it's going to be a long trade if I hold it for that long, but we have still got significant liquidity down here. If I take it back, you can see here. And if I'm not sure we're going to make it on this move, but I could see it possibly happening, because if you look at how we've reacted on the EMAs, they've pulled back down and they've pushed off this 200 quite a few times, but always come back to retest. Now we've done another push down, so this could be the momentum that the yen is needed to try and retest these areas here, because realistically speaking, the next strong area of support that I see is here on the daily time frame. At least that would be where I can see price having a strong reaction from. So we'll see. And if we look at I think somebody said it in the chat, if we look at the yen right now, except for against the Swiss franc, which is barely moving at all, it's in the green across all pairs, so it's showing significant strength. So we'll see. I'm gonna, as I say, I'm gonna manage this trade carefully. I've got it open on a few accounts. It's not moving massively at the moment, but certainly I think retesting the lows is a possibility. My only worry is whether we are going to now see this push back up. So that's why I need to just keep a very close eye on it, because we're now seeing this retest again in here. We've got this order block and we've tapped into that. The EMAs are crossing again. So if I see us breaking up here, then it's something I need to be cautious of, because we've got an inside bar here, we've got an inside bar here. So yeah, we'll see how price reacts to this crossover of the EMAs, and we'll take it from there. I know we've had quite a few requests for GU and a few others as well. So I don't know if you had a look at any of those today, Victor?
Yes, we have. We'll be discussing them one by one. I think we have plenty of time to dive into those as the day progresses. Before we change the pair, Hamid has I think you use the ATR as well as I do, right? In your TP placement considerations, have you? Is it something you use?
It's something I have used in the past, but it's not necessarily for TPs. What I use ATR for, and I should have used it in hindsight yesterday with the Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar, is whether or not a strength call out. So, for example, where we're talking about the Japanese yen against, say, for example, the euro or the pound, then yesterday when I was looking at the New Zealand dollar, Aussie dollar, the ATR was much smaller. So I should have probably, in hindsight, checked that and considered that when I was trying to see some kind of reaction to balance things out. Because sure enough, what I was expecting to happen did happen, just not when I wanted it to. Right. So if I look at what I was expecting price to react from this move here. Right, this was the move that I saw happening, which caused significant strength against the Australian dollar versus New Zealand dollar, and I was looking for price to come back down, but I was too early. So in our session with Alex this morning, I suggested that we would probably see some kind of reaction here, and sure enough, we're seeing that now. I don't think this area is necessarily going to hold, but it is showing some kind of support, certainly on the 1 hour, because we have this, as you call it, an outside bar. I call it an engulfing potato. But yeah, the ATR for me is something that I should have looked at yesterday, and I didn't, and I somewhat regret it, because it probably would have said to me, Mike, this isn't a good idea. You should be, you should be looking for something else if you're going to be looking for a trade to hold throughout the day.
Yes, I understand that. It's an ever evolving process of deciding what to use and what not to use in your trade plan, in your routine, your workflow. And it's not something fixed, right? It's as you go, you think, okay, maybe this is happening too often. I'm either getting stopped out, or I'm missing a trade, or maybe I didn't get the entry that I wanted because I think because I could just improve it by using this or that tool. And it's that process, right, that never ends. We never stop learning and looking for that optimal. It's and even if you did find and use the data that you have to come with a trade plan, that trade plan may be optimal for current market condition in perhaps 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now. Maybe that set of tools and the way we use them may not be as optimal anymore. And so it's always I think a trader needs, and that's the importance of tracking your trades, and periodically a couple of times a year go back and see if everything that I'm doing is still optimal. Sometimes that may shift with time. A year from now, things may be a little different. You may or may not be using the same tools because you have data backing up that it's no longer as useful as it was in the past.
Yeah. I've actually just closed that trade on EJ. Reason being is that I can see now that we've got quite a long trail of lower time frame liquidity. And even though we've had this pushback, it hasn't been as strong as I would have liked. And if I look at the 15-minute, yes, this was a nice bearish move. But if I draw a fib on this, yeah, we've come down to the 50%, which is a typical Alex trade, and we are some way away from the 200. So it does feel a little bit overextended. So what I'd probably do, a bit like what you said earlier, I'd be probably looking to see if we come to this area here before I try and sell again, because I just don't like the way that it's stalled at that 50% level. This is where I think we often talk about being able to read a naked chart and being able to see things. Obviously I have the EMAs because the EMA is actually a really nice visual. They give you different perspective that you might not necessarily see unless you really zoom out. But I could I just looked at that move and I was just thinking that's easily just come down to 50%, and it hasn't come down to this area. It's already bouncing off it. And then when I saw on the 1 minute these moves, these for me suggest, right, we're going to see actually some more bullish momentum, because you've got 1, 2, 3 really big bullish candles. You've got this 2 minutes double top, which also then means it's a 1 minute double top as well, as in perfect equal highs. So you then look at the trail, you've got an inside, wickless candle, you've got an inside bar. It just feels, even though price was very, very specific in taking this high here with this candle, it did signify the move down, but I'm not yet convinced that it's going to go. If it does kind of negate this and indicate that it is actually going to go further down, then I'll find another entry on the lower time frame. But right now, it's kind of bunched here, and I just don't like this price action with the EMAs, where I was hoping to see price really shoot down, but as you can see, they're kind of just bunching together, and as we can see right now, it's pushing back up. So do I use RSIs? I do use RSIs. If I'm basically, I use all indicators. I use them as added confluence. If I can't see something clearly, then I'll always use different indicators to help me understand my bias. Those of you who are familiar with Gary Langley, the scruffy trader, he uses the RSI, he uses Bollinger Bands, and he uses the MACD. And he uses all of those to help him understand whether a particular asset is trending, or is it going to potentially show some kind of movement. He also uses the ATR. So he has been a really, really good source of education for me in terms of understanding, where to look. But as I say, RSIs, like with everything else, I would use them in coincidence with other things. So for example, on the 1 minute, I don't think an RSI can really show you much at all, if I'm honest. It can show you some kind of change in momentum, but it's not going to show you anything really significant. But what it can show you is certainly the overbought and the oversold areas. So when it's here in the middle, it's not really going to show you much, but certainly when you then take it onto the higher levels. So for example, if we zoom out on here, we can see that here we were overbought, right? And sure enough, price came down. So the RSIs can simply just give you an indication of what you might not see otherwise. The way I look at it is, Victor, your trading style, you might see things in a certain way, right? You'll look at the charts, and a bit like a piece of art, you'll see something in a certain light from a certain angle. I'll see it something differently, and it all depends on your perspective. It does depend on your bias and your ability to understand, the macro view and the fundamentals, potentially, possibly, any economic news that might be happening, etc., etc. But indicators for me simply give you a way of looking at the charts that you might not see without them, right? So an RSI might show you that something's overbought, or a Bollinger Band might show you contraction or expansion, or that essentially for me, if I can understand what an indicator is telling me, and if it adds to my bias, then I'll use it. But I'm not a believer in having bunches of various different indicators. I mean, at the moment you can see that I've got various different zones, which I probably should actually delete. But the reason I have these zones is because those are just zones that I'm using on my streaming tab, as you can see. But they're just zones that I mark out on a stream to say, right, okay, I'm expecting price to potentially come down to this area and possibly see a reaction. What's interesting is, more often than not, those zones do become reaction zones sooner or later. Very often you'll see price come into these areas at some point. One that I'm looking at the moment, just looking at this chart right now, is this one here. That looks like a really nice area, where you can see on the 15 minute, the 1 hour, should I say, you have price came up, tried to break these highs here where we had price consolidation, came up, couldn't break it. Then we had an engulfing candle, take that candle and everything else prior to it. Price came up, retested that wick, and now has made a really, really big bearish move to the downside. It might not be that we come up to this area here, because as we can see on the 1 hour, price has created this engulfing candle here. So yes, on the 15-minute, this is a possibility further up, but it might not be necessarily the 15-minute where we catch it. It could be, let me have a look and see. It can often be
the 33-minute time frame, the 37-minute time frame.
Whatever works for you, Victor, whatever works for you, But so, for example, for this one here, this is an interesting overlap, right? So this one I find interesting because if you see, okay, granted, this is only the 7-minute, and this doesn't mean that this is, a factual truth or not, but this candle here suggested that buyers were going to try and come in, right? And it got shot down pretty significantly here, right? That doesn't mean that the buyers didn't try and get in. So there could still be buyers that are holding their trades and waiting to get out in this area. And because we've got this engulfing candle on the 1 hour, there we've got this overlap, right? So let me just change the color to my 1 hour section, right? So this overlap here, that could be the area that we might see price come back and react from. At the moment, it's actually pushing further down, suggesting that the reversal that I was expecting may not happen, and that's okay. I'm not concerned by that. Would I have taken anything here? No, because this liquidity is far too strong. We haven't broken past this level yet, and so if anything, I might be looking for some longs if we create a setup from this zone, which on the 1 minute, not right now. If it wicks straight back up, then possibly. But at the moment, it doesn't look like it's going to, which suggests, there we go, it's going to keep going. So it might be coming for this one. And that's why I mark these out. If I'm trading on an intraday, if I'm really focused on it, then what I do is I'm really trying to see where are the localized zones on the lower time frames and marry that up with the higher time frame. So here you can see I've got the 1 hour zone that I just mentioned, and then I'm marrying it up, for example, with a 7-minute zone. And it just gives me a focused point of where I expect price to change. And I do believe that these are the areas where price is likely to react from. There you can see we've got a reaction at the moment. It hasn't come down to this area here, but it has reacted from this order block. So there is something to be said for that, but it's not creating, it didn't create the setup that I would be looking for. Personally, I'd be looking for, it's not creating anything significant right now for me. I'd be looking for a nice wick back up to suggest the change in direction. It might show it on the 3-minute. No, it doesn't. Does it show on the 5-minute? Yes, but it's not giving me anything to suggest where it's reacting from other than this here. That 5-minute candle where it's tried to make a further push down. That could be the area that you're looking for. But this is where you can always look at a chart from different angles, different time frames, but you just have to find the area that works for you. Right now, that 5-minute candle suggests that the move is coming. Interestingly, this is a bread and butter move for Alex. This is an Alex 101 break and retest where we've got the move up. It's come back down to the 6180, and sure enough, off we go. And we're closing in 10 seconds. So unless price suddenly falls like a stone, I would say you've now got more of a bullish move coming on EJ for the time being. So I could have closed a little bit later. I could have held, but as I said, the liquidity that I'm seeing on the lower time frames, sure enough, it's come and it's taken that liquidity straight away. and it's only taken it by a pipette or two.
Nice. Do you know by any chance if Alex is trading this pair today?
After the last time he traded it, no, I don't think he is. He's not a fan of any of the yens at the moment.
I see. All right, so we have a couple of requests, as we mentioned. Do you have any preference to which you have maybe seen or looked at today or this past few days where we could talk about? I will be taking whichever you pick. I'll take something else that I see on the list in terms of requests. We have, let me check. We have gold for sure.
Yeah, we've got quite a few for gold.
We have GU, I think, as well.
Yep.
I can always talk about EU and GU. Bitcoin and ETH. Someone asking if you trade them. We can look at them as well.
You certainly can, yep.
And we have, let's see. What pair else do we have? Okay, so we have dollar Swiss as well.
Yeah.
You have any preference? Which ones do you want to
I'm open to go through whichever we feel. Maybe let's start with gold. We can go and have a look at gold. Gold at the moment, as I mentioned, I think earlier, we've broken the all-time highs, and we're now coming back down. We have got news today, so there is going to be some movement in about an hour and 10 minutes. We will have some news coming out, which is...
What news are you referring to?
We've got the housing starts and we've got the building permits. And then we've also got FOMC minutes later on this evening. So there is going to be some, I believe, some positioning for the right price, let's say, particularly for the FOMC later. So there'll certainly be a lot of traders having positions ready at certain levels, I'm sure, across the board. But gold right now looks like a very nice reaction from that all-time high. Created a really, really nice opportunity on the 15-minute. You can see that there. If we drill that down, again, you can see that would have been an ideal trade for me, where I'd be looking for some kind of reaction. If I take it down, it hasn't come necessarily to the this top of the wick, but if I take it to the 1 minute, this would have been my trade. This here would have been my indication that, okay, we're potentially going to see the nice sell-off now. So you've got price coming up, theoretically an engulfing candle. It might be bullish, but it's only barely. Wick breaks back down, creates an inside bar, price takes the high, and therefore then pushes down. So that would have been my trade. Where I would have gotten in probably would have been further down here. But again, that would have been a really, really nice opportunity to see a sell-off. Again, you kind of have to wait and see where these are going to play out. But when you see something like that, where it's taken out 1, 2, and the high of the third one as well, that's a big, big change in direction for me when it's an engulfing candle. And it's then just a question of waiting to see if there's a reaction. You could have gotten in further. Actually, could you? Let's have a look. Not sure if you could. We could have liquidity to target. Yeah, we have liquidity to target. Significant liquidity as well on the 15-minute. So it looks like we'll still have, I would suggest, without doing further analysis, I would suggest we're probably looking at bullish momentum still, because as you can see, we've tapped into this wick right now. So buyers could be looking for a nice entry right now. Again, bearish and bullish engulfing candle, price has dipped into it, tapped into that zone, and now is pushing on up. So again, this could be a nice opportunity. There's still liquidity further down, so I would be careful. I'd still be putting my stop loss here, but yeah, I'm not sure if your risk to reward would be that good on it. I don't know. but looking at it, you've got liquidity at that level there on the 1 minute. You've got a double bottom here by the looks of things. 36, 33. Actually, no, that one's okay. Those are okay. So this is the only one that might be of a concern. Yeah, this one. So that is one that's just going to be a concern. So you'll probably see price come back down, do something like this to push back up. That's probably what we'll see. Gold is a lot more choppy, but that's what I would be looking for on gold right now. That's without me looking at the 1 hour or any of those others. But we've got this zone again. It's an engulfing candle that wasn't respected. As you can see here, I marked it out previously. This was an entirely large resistance area, and price has just broken through it. So on the 1 hour, what's happened is price has pushed past it and come back down. This is then used as a similar area for price to push on up. 1, 2 engulfing candles. There's no reason why this wouldn't be a third one, and using that as support as opposed to resistance. The one worry is the trail. I always look for the trail of liquidity. So we've got an inside bar here. That one is going to be, it's a 4 hour. That's going to be a concern. We've got one further down, but if we go further up, we've broken past. And so it could just be, for example, on the 8 hour, it could end up just being an order block. 7 hour, 5 hour, the 3 hour. There we've got another. This is why I always look for price rejecting those liquidity levels, essentially saying, we'll come back for you later. We don't need you right now. We'll come back for you later. And seeing how it reacts on multiple time frames. So I can see here right now that price is trying to decide what it wants to do. On the 5 minute, we've got this nice area here suggesting it doesn't want this 5 minute candle right now. So it could be an opportunity for the buyers. It's just waiting to see whether we get a strong rejection saying we don't want this level here. This would be a concern for me. So I'd be waiting to see that bullish engulfing candle being retested on the wick, and then that would be my entry opportunity.
Nice. I think gold is in a difficult, at least for me, it's in a difficult place right now, because it's continued, showed us that it wants to go higher continuously, breaking structure continuously, but it's not really coming back to demand zones, at least not right now. And I don't see how. Let me go to my chart. If I look at the at gold, I mean, how if you're on a higher time frame, this is obviously a buyer's higher in control. But where do you get in? If you get to the daily, we have a order block here on the daily, and I did yesterday, or actually maybe the day before yesterday, I was saying if we get a reason on the H4, I'm willing to consider that this could be a reason, a local top. We might see price maybe perhaps cool off a little bit into some demand zone, and perhaps there decide whether it wants to go up or down. But when we go, so on the daily, there is a bit of a case to be made to look for a short. But if I go to the H4, right, we had a structure here. Let me see. It's not on the H4, is it? Let me see. Let me check. Actually, it isn't on the H4. It's on the lower time frame. So I'm missing that H4 break of structure. That already is a sign for me that maybe that daily reversal, that candle that is not getting on the lower time frame. It's not getting the support, because higher time frames, they get built, structures on the higher time frame, they get built by lower time frames. The lower time frame, they need to be it's like I don't know if this is a good analogy, but a bigger block is built up from smaller blocks, and the smaller blocks are not being created right now, right? You can see higher highs. It's not breaking any structures on the H4. So I'm missing that link to, you know, really start thinking, okay, this is breaking down. I don't see that, even though we had some pretty nasty selling before. That's not enough. It's not breaking structure. So I would expect that it is still it's still going to end up going higher until we get new information. However, also because all these structures, the on the lower time frames, not on the H4, but on the 1 minute, for example, we have order blocks or quasis that were created here. Let me show you. I think it was on the H1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we had an order block here that was very nicely. It's a quasi, but it's only H1, and we're talking about higher time frame, higher daily, etc. It was taken out, same as this entry order block on the H1, right? It doesn't have the H2, so I mean the H4, so it doesn't. It's not aligned with daily. It's not enough alignment, but it's being broken all the time. Look at that, how it breaks that structure. So I left it in for everyone to see, but it's let me see if the H4 has been taken. Yes, it's breaking structures, bearish structures all the time, creating while showing bullish market structure. So my best reading on this is that, you know, this could continue to go higher. It's going to continue, and that daily order block, it may or may not use it anytime soon. Maybe the reversal is still to come, maybe today, tomorrow, or maybe it's not going to respect that daily and just continue higher. Who knows? But I don't see a short yet here, unless perhaps we get the break of that quasi on the H4. Then I can start looking, because as long as it doesn't invalidate that daily and we get a break of structure on the H4, now we're talking in terms of, you know, possible reversal. But it hasn't happened yet. But the thing is, okay, so it doesn't look to be making a top in market structure or in quasi's reversal pattern. So I want to be long, right? But where do I get in? We are just shy of the all-time high. You know, it can easily reverse into any of these structures on the lower, not on the lower time frame. We're talking about what is this? About $50 down, and still doesn't break any structure. So this would still be, you know, perfectly fine within the bullish scenario. You'll be stopped out without it invalidating anything. So you could still be right in, you know, knowing you need to be buying this. But how do you define your risk? I don't see that right now. So I'm waiting. I think, in my view, waiting, having, you know, sit on your hands, waiting stance is quite well justified in this case, unless it breaks this Q4 and then reform on the quasi 4 on the 4 hour, and then we wait for, you know, more arguments on the H1, H2, or some other time frame telling us, you know, this is an actual quasi. It has the daily to support it on the higher time frame. Now, then I can be looking for a short, but that's not here yet. And we still have let's see how much time we have on the H4. We still have 2 hours and 25. That's plenty of time. So I don't think we should assume that this is. I don't. There's too much time to assume any direction here just based on the candle it is currently showing. It can have, especially gold, it can end up, who knows, with a bullish candle, as far as I am concerned, for this current H4. All right, that's gold.
I have actually taken a long on gold. So I've just taken a long position. I'm not sure if it's a very tight stop loss. But basically my entry is based on, and it's being confirmed right now, is this candle here. So we had an inside bar and price rejected that inside bar and didn't take it by 1 cent. That for me was bullish move. We've now got a second engulfing candle, and we're now pushing up. So we've come from this area that I was talking about, and we're pushing on up. Now we'll see if it breaks past this level here, because this is a liquidity level, as far as I can tell. It is, because it's got no wick. And we've got another one up here as well, I think. Yep. So these are liquidity levels that price is going to hunt down. We'll see what happens when it comes to this EMA and this little order block here. But I would certainly be looking for this. And right now, it's looking good for a long. It's just whether it will stall at this area or not when we get to the EMA. But again, it could be that we'll see that reversal, because if we look on the 1 hour, we've come down. This engulfing candle here is significant for me, and we can see we've still got 23 minutes left on this 1 hour candle, but it's dipped into this wick and it's gone off. So when I look at these ones, I just want to see what's the reaction going to be here. But again, it's going to be one that I'm going to manage closely and carefully and see how it plays out, because we do still have liquidity further down. But the fact that 1 minute candle, it might seem insignificant, but the fact that it rejected it literally by 1 cent, you can see that there. This one, the low was 0.06 and the low for this one was 0.07. That for me is a significant indication the price wants to go and leave that for later.
It's analogous to the wickless bar.
Yeah.
I understand.
And there we go. There we go. We've got another one forming again. So again, at the moment, we're suggesting bullish momentum has picked up into the market, and off we go. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm gonna show my chart to illustrate the lower time frame. I based on the higher time frame, as I said, I don't see an area where on the H4 I would be getting in, but that's because I need the H4 to tell me to start looking, right? But if I go to lower time frame, I can understand very nicely why, in my through my lenses, why would you be wanting to go long here? Because indeed we do have a fresh order block on the H1 there, and we do have another one H2 lower. But this one could, be just what it needs, because the market is still very bullish. It broke, it made what it was meant to do, right? Sometimes we talk about this. The market wants to give us a signal, or whether it wants or not, it does give us some kind of signal. And after it gives us that signal, sometimes it can relax and retrace, consolidate, because it's did its purpose. And one of the purpose was by closing on the higher time frame on the H4, for example, breaking this order block, breaking on the H1 order blocks as well, and closing above everything else. It told us there is no reversal pattern, right? That was the conclusion. We need to be looking for a long. After it closed there, it's done its mission accomplished for the time being. It can now relax, go back, consolidate, and perhaps mount another, push forward. So in that sense, if you look at it through those lenses, it makes sense that price, after it closed there, comes back and is going to use some kind of supply for its continuation, because that's the idea, right? We think it could still be continue going higher. So that's on the 1 hour. And if I go lower time frame, I can see as well what you're saying, how it's reacting very nicely to that 1 hour order block, right? Seeing those wicks, how it reacts to them, and I can see the creation on the 5 minute, so bullishness coming back to the market. And then we'll see. I can perfectly understand why you want to be going long there. On the lower time frame, there is indeed, reason to expect that we could have some kind of a push from here based on the H1. And what is your target? What are you targeting? Is it the EMAs, the 200, like Alex is, or
I'm
are you looking for
I'm
some
looking for the
liquidity?
highs. I'm looking for the all-time highs.
Okay.
I don't think the highs are very strong on gold. If I look at it on the higher time frame, or even on the lower time frame, there's nothing really significant here. There's a lot of liquidity. It's left a long trail. There's an inside bar there. There's an inside bar there. There's an inside bar there and there. lot of liquidity left here. This one's now been taken, and we've now created on the 2 minute. We've gone up, and we're pushing up nicely. So I think at the moment I would be looking for the highs that we created for the day, and then possibly on the 4 hour, that would then mean that we either create an inside bar, which would be a slight cause for concern, but then we've got news coming out in 50 minutes. So we'll see how that plays out. But what it could do is it could actually create adding a strong engulfing candle to the upside. So we could be seeing price breaking out from here and really going much higher. So we'll see. At the moment on the 5 minute, it's looking okay. It's looking all right. Again, we'll see how we react when we get to the EMAs here. But again, you can see we got to the 200 on the 5 minute, and we've pushed on off, and we're going out again. So we'll see. I may have caught it, or it might be that it comes back down to retest. It's all, it's nothing certain in these things. I just have to trade what I see.
Yes, that's indeed true. All right, so that's gold for everyone who wanted us to look at gold. What pair would you like us to look at, or what are you suggesting? Do you think we could? I have a request for CAD yen as well, a pair that I haven't been looking at.
Okay.
Maybe we can look at that. I don't know if you have any preference to do that one, or should I?
Yeah. No, I can pull that up. I've got the corner of my eye on gold. So.
Oh, but maybe I should do it. Then you can watch your.
Yeah, you sure?
Gold. Yeah,
all
yeah.
Right, I'll let you pull it up.
Yeah, no problem. This is so we and you can interrupt us if you see anything on gold, something that attracts your attention, any price action. Yeah, just let us know. In the meantime, I'll look at CAD yen. We have someone in the chat that asked one of us to look at. Let's see who it was. I think I saved that one, didn't I? Let me see if I can find that remark, that request. It wasn't too far away, was it? It doesn't really matter, but I'm sure it was CAD yen. Just don't want to be analyzing something that perhaps wasn't the one requested. Somehow I can't seem to find it right now. But there it is. I think it was this person. It wasn't there, but soon thereafter he asked. But it doesn't matter. Let's look at that CAD yen. Let me look at the chat if we have anything else. We should have a search tool from the chat, because sometimes I read something maybe 10 minutes ago, and I'm sure it's somewhere there, but to find it, if you're talking or anything, it's a bit of a challenge to do so, but it doesn't matter. All right, let's do CAD yen. I'll do the analysis, and we can continue from there. Let's see. So CAD yen, we have on the weekly time frame. Let's look at what we have here. So I'm not going to go very far on the weekly, but just looking at the immediate structures that we see. So we have a bearish order block on the weekly that was already retested. You can see on those wick. That's not coincidence why it comes so close to it and reacts and goes the other way around. Comes for a second. This is almost a retest because it didn't touch it. But the reaction is very telling as to what price wanted to do there. So we had a weekly order block there. It's still there. And it's actually on top of another one, not on top, below another one. But so we can understand that, market structure is bearish, right? We have lower lows, lower highs. Let's indicate that. You can clearly see how the market structure is, right? That's the lower high, and we have the lower lows as well. So that's in terms of market structure. And something very significant. What do we have to the left of us? We had an impulsive move to the downside. So it makes sense. This is alignment, or this is it rhymes with the rest, right? We had an impulsive move down, it consolidates, and at a certain moment it's gonna reverse back in the direction of, at least that's the assumption, it's gonna reverse back into the direction of the impulsive move. So presumably we could be seeing a push to the downside, and the market structure here is exactly telling us exactly that. So that looks great. If we go to the more localized view, let me take these out. So that's on the higher time frame. Getting a panorama, we should be expecting price to go lower until we have some other structure or other information on that. And price has already retested and seemingly reacted already, although this bar is still 2 days old, so this last current bar, so it can still go back into that area, but currently it looks like it retested already. So that's it on the weekly, other than the weekly order block here. And yes, we do have a weekly order block there, and yes, you could look for a long from that weekly if you have alignment on the daily, the 4 hour, etc. But be aware that that one weekly order block is not going to change what I just explained of the market structure, right? Because when you're at the same time frame, right? So the weekly in this case, market structure is in the hierarchy of signals. The market structure is stronger than one single structure, right? If it's a quasi, that's another thing. But just an order block, they get created all the time and get invalidated all the time, but market structure doesn't change that quickly. So if I had to choose between a bullish order block or the market structure that is telling me it's going to go down, I'm going to say the market structure. I'm going to bet on the market structure because I think that has I know it has a higher probability of being, the predictor of where price is likely to go. So we have that bullish order block. Yes, you can trade it, but keep in mind that market structure is bearish. We go to lower time frames. What do we see? All right, so what do we see here in terms of quasis, fresh order block? Not a lot, I might say. We have one order block that was created here and retested quite nicely. That could have been a very nice reason to look for the short there. And especially after it tapped into that weekly and moved away, that could have been a nice trade. I don't know if there was something in the lower time frame, of course, but that makes a lot of sense to me. Other than that, but it's already used up, so it's not going to help us going forward. Other than that, there isn't anything. Notice this. We have a weekly order block here, right? So you should be looking for a daily long, right? A reason. But notice that we don't have anything on the daily. Nothing that indicate where exactly the buyers came into the market. Obviously, they came in because price shot up, right? But can you see it on price action? Not really. Reversal patterns or candlestick combination, I don't see them. Maybe on the lower time frames. So that's something. I think the absence of those bullish structures on the daily tells us, it's kind of a weak movement that they have that used price or push price higher. If we go to the H4, what else do we see? All right, so that's on the H4. Do we see any reversal patterns? Yes, we do. Actually, there's a very nice quasi here. I challenge anyone in the chat to tell me if where do they see the quasi? And it's gonna be difficult because, of course, how will they tell us in the chat exactly where they see it? But let me put it this way. Was there a bullish reversal here, yes or no? Let me put it simple, very, very simple. I know there is about a 20-second delay between when we say things and when everyone else hears it. But if people yes, Harish says yes, Harish, regular of ours, yes. And others might think, well, it looks like perhaps a, just a consolidation, right? Because it's just going sideways. Is it really a reversal? It's just going roughly sideways. But in terms of pace as well, Hamid as well, Alex, Harish, very good of all of you, because if we didn't see anything on the daily, right? I mentioned that. However, on the H4, we did see this. Look at this, right? We have this established downtrend. Price moves up, breaks the neckline, and comes back. Where does it come back? Where does it come back? I don't make these things up, right? I don't even trade this pair. I mean, the last time I traded it must have been a very long time ago because I don't remember. All right, so that's the order block right there. That's the quasi. That's the entry order block that I would be looking for to get in to that in that pair. And yes, and what does it do once it gets to that order block? It goes up, and no coincidence. Where does it go to? It goes to at least it goes to the top of that structure, right? So that would be this. There you go. That's a perfect H4 quasi. And of course the trick is, okay, so this is how price move, but how do you get in? Well, the trick is to look for after it started reacting with that order block. So after that point, you start looking for price action on the lower time frames within that structure to see for a localized, zoomed in, fractal kind of thing for the reversal on the lower time frame, on the H2, H1, 15 minute, 30 minutes, whatever floats your boat, but something on the lower time frame that also indicates that there is a reversal, and then you can get in on the lower time frame, right? Just like Mike as well does it. He gets in on the lower time frame with perhaps a very tight entry, something of, who knows, 10 pips or even less, maybe 7 pips as an EJ, and he targets those higher time frames targets as well. And you can see how the risk reward smiles at you, right? A very handsome, and this is actually 25, which is perhaps too long. Let's put it to something, I don't know. I'm speculating here because of course we don't have a structure, but that's 14 pips, which isn't that tight as well at all. And you can see how that risk reward ratio goes. A very attractive, almost 15, 1 to 15. All right, so that's on the H4. We did have that. And because we made a higher high, this quasi, it's still at play, right? You can still use it if you are able to find entry order blocks on that same quasi. It hasn't, even though it reached target, the quasi can still be used. So how do we use it? You might ask yourself, well, let's look from this point, the highest point of the structure, which is this high, and the lowest point of the structure. There. And we trace back on the reversal, the retracement tool on the fib, and we look for entries beyond that 50% retracement, right? So if you go to the H4, I can see an area here, very nice, where we can look for entries on the lower time frames. Do we have anything else? That's it. Yeah. All right. So that's on the H4, and this one is still standing. It has been mitigated already, but remember, this is not a fresh order block. This is an entry order block on the quasi. So even though they have been retested before, yes, they get weaker because it will be a second retest or a third retest, but they're still valid. And unlike fresh order blocks that get invalidated or not invalidated, I don't trade them anymore. I do trade these because they still offer plenty of good trades. So I'm looking at these two areas for a long. But remember, the weekly time frame is telling us that yes, it can push higher, but you shouldn't be expecting much higher, because the market structure is telling us it's likely to go lower until proven otherwise. So it's on the weekly, so there's plenty of target. You can, my target on the entry would be this high in this case. There we go. And let me check if we have the weekly visible for the H4. I think we don't have it. Let me put it visible for the H4, because I want to see that. Right, in this case, as you can see, the weekly has been retested already. You could consider using that lower border as a target as well, because you want to be out of that trade before it starts reaching any significant reason for a reversal. So you could based on the quasi target the high of the structure, but you could as well just be on the safer side and front run everyone who wants to be selling that weekly time frame order block. So this is CAD yen on the lower time frame on the H4, not that low of a time frame, but still on the H4. So I'm going to be waiting. If I were to trade this, I'm going to be waiting for price to get to one of these structures before I start looking for reason to get in. Let me go on the H4 if we can find some kind of a reversal pattern or entry order blocks. Since we have the same structures, I don't find them too significant to drag and make the structure much larger. And Jonathan is with us.
What's up, guys?
Hi, Jonathan.
How's it going? Hey, Victor.
How are you doing today, Jonathan?
I am doing good. I woke up with another cold. I feel like I just got out of a health drawdown period, and then right into the next one. I got two losing trades in a row.
But the equity curve is sloping upwards, right?
If you're talking about my kilograms, yes. Definitely.
I'm talking about your health equity curve.
I would say it's steadily within a range at this point.
It's consolidating.
It's consolidating on support, I would say, and with the lower highs.
That's what you get when you have two traders talking about their health.
Yeah.
All right, so yes, on the CAD, I can see multiple structures. But as you know, we want to be entering at confluence, right? So where do we find confluence? Yes, there is an order block here. And yes, I would expect price to have some kind of a reaction on that H2, but it's only H2. I would be interested in this area, right? This, because we have overlap of the H2 and H4, not this one as much. And of course, this is I don't like when the lower time frame is almost as big as the higher time frame, but that's the area that I would be looking for to get in. That's on the H2, and I didn't go to the H1, but it's going to be something similar to that. And as you know, the way to do this is to wait for price to get to the area, right? Interact with that area. I would be looking for that one, for example, and then it needs to confirm us that it wants to reverse by creating those beautiful quasis or any other reversal patterns that you like, where you read price action to be And look at who is joining us today. I get happy when I see him in the background because I know he's going to join us. It's the one and only, the man himself.
That's what happens when your stop loss gets taken.
You're
Face.
Yeah, that's it.
No, I haven't been in any trade today. Ooh. You
I,
are.
um,
That is, do you know what though?
That's
But trading a stop loss that tight on gold, risky business.
Yeah, definitely. That's
You know,
insane.
that's literally
Very
what
risky
happened to me yesterday. I lost out on crazy amount of profits just because I had that tight stop loss.
Yeah,
Gold,
gold
we
is
need
gold
to give it
doesn't
an
like
extra little bit.
gold doesn't like tight stop
Look
losses.
at it,
Yeah,
now
but
it's going off. Now it's looking. It's going to go.
thank you,
to
Reg. I
TT.
got this sweater on because it's freezing in here. My heating system has kind of like died, and I'm gonna get a new one. You know, it's gonna cost me like 12K. So I'm kind of like gotta win a couple of trades. Gotta win a couple of trades first.
Do you know what? I want to have a background like you. I just want a background like yours.
Oh, you want a background like me?
Yeah.
You don't want my background. You want me in the background.
No. What?
You said I want a background like you.
This is getting
I
a little
want
bit
background
intimate,
like
gentlemen.
I say,
Are we sure?
sorry.
Are we sure
Okay.
this is
you know,
the?
I may just
are we
have
sure-
the English accent, but okay, whatever. Let's start again. I want the same background that you have, and that was still the worst grammar ever. But I want your background.
I'm getting a little bit sick of it. I'm thinking about I'm gonna install like curtains so I can change the color of the background to like have different color curtains to like, you know, to change the color of the background because now it's just black. And if I remove those black plates, I'm gonna take a part of the wall with me probably.
Menachem, you are correct. It's funny because I actually was short, and it was I was short.
These comments, I love that.
It wasn't going my direction, so I swapped, which was the right thing. But the stop was too short. The stop was too tight, and by that, it already pushed up too far in the risk. I didn't want to get back in, but I made a really lovely trade on euro dollar afterwards.
Wait, which charts are we looking at? Is that? Oh, look at that, Mike. That hurts.
That's the thing.
That hurts.
It hurts, but then it doesn't because I got in again.
It was shorting on the
Oh, you
5
get in
minute.
again.
I'll go through it in a minute. But yeah.
So
Did trade gold
As-
here in the. We did trade gold
As soon
here
as-
in the.
as soon as I
in the
saw
morning.
that, I got in about there again.
Alex, we have something quite interesting coming up in a bit later in the live stream, don't we?
Nope.
No, okay.
Yeah, we do.
And
Ah,
on that
just,
note, gents, I shall bid you farewell, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of my fellow chuckle brother.
Thank you.
And, the younger, more handsome chuckle brother. And I will see you guys very soon.
Yep. Well, thanks for joining,
Thank you, Mike.
Mike.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for being here.
I would like to say that it was awesome watching you here on the live stream, but now it's gone. Okay. Thank you, Mike. We'll see you. He's too modest. Too modest,
He's
that
very
Mike.
modest. Yes.
Very modest, that Mike. All right. We got Alex. We got Victor. We got me. We got TradingView. We got MetaTrader. Alex has a t-shirt, black t-shirt, nice t-shirt. Got a log on it. Show it. Ooh. Oh, look
Ooh,
at
that's a
that.
nice
Is
one.
it new? It's a new one.
Nope. It's actually
Okay.
something that I've had set up on EU. I'm looking at that setup on EU. Yeah, I'm already. He knows. Yes.
Can we
No,
can we
no. Exactly.
can we
what I'm
share the merchandise store? I think we can, right?
You can, but we're getting. Thing is, there's news coming out, mate. There's news in 30 minutes. Oh, mate. This is a really nice one as well. I've been waiting for a G. Let's have a look at GU.
So we have a, I mean, we do have a pair of 5ers funded men's boxers, and then on the behind it says funded. I find that interesting.
I don't know who came up with these ideas. It definitely was not me.
I'm a bit confused on that on the message that we're trying to send. But
We
yeah,
have funded behinds.
funded behinds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
Interesting.
pop up. This is a lovely trade, honestly. But I don't think we're gonna get an entry before the news, and that is a problem.
Okay, so I'm still long on oil. I actually took a. So what's the swap on oil? Will I get completely destroyed?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it.
Okay, well we'll see. We're gonna do it live. I'm up $20, and I got my profit is 1,400. So if it hits the TP within a few days, shouldn't be a problem. But I probably don't want to be holding. Probably don't want to be holding oil over the.
Over the news? Or
Tommy,
over
I'm
the-
trying to make sense of your comment.
GU as well. I'm long UJ. What news? There's news. There's building permits coming out in 30 minutes. Housing starts. Building permits, which is probably not the biggest news, but it's enough news that probably take me out.
Oh yeah, what's
The
the
swap-
stop loss
swap
in
on-
pips?
The stop loss in pips would be 5 pips.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, I'm not risking that. And you're not allowed
Yeah.
to trade news, so I can't trade news anyway.
But you can enter.
I could, but I don't think if a stop loss or something gets hit, then it's
Oh, you can't enter on a limit order either, can you?
yeah. Can't have an order. You can't have an order
Order
executed
placed.
within. Yeah, no, an order executed at all.
So if you have like limit orders resting, then you got to make sure that they don't get hit during the news. But that it's maybe in that case it's gonna be now you're showing your
Oh.
YouTube channel, so that
Sorry.
you're not. We don't want to show some
Lucky
weird
something
on here, man. Yeah, dude. Like
Yeah, I gotta watch what
you
I'm putting on my
don't have
screen.
those other tabs there. Alex.
Oh god, nobody screenshot that.
Yeah. So okay, so we were saying something. Okay, so imagine that I have a okay, I got a high stakes account, and I'm looking at a swing trade, and I'm looking at a entry, 50 pips lower, and like if that entry, if that limit order hits, I'll be in the trade. So if it hits during news, and then that's a soft stop, that's not a hard stop, so I'm not gonna lose the account. Then can I send a message to support and like show them that this was the
Yeah.
actual trade I was taking, and they would probably like,
They'll be all right with it.
yeah, but that's when you're funded, right? Not on the evaluation. On the evaluation, you have to kind of like stay with the rules.
This was the trade. This was the trade from yesterday. So price was coming down. I got in on the break and the retest of that. It was that. So I got right in here. Pushed down. I thought it was going to go to the 200 EMA. I wanted to get long off the 200 EMA because my bias was long. But on the 15-minute, there was a EMA support right there. So then I decided to get out, and I decided then to go long. And my stop loss was underneath this low. So I was long from here, I think it was. My stop was here. So I got taken out. And then by the time, I noticed it got taken out and it started pushing up, it was already too far gone for me just to get back into the trade. So that was that. The EU trade, which was really nice on the 1 minute yesterday evening. Oh, it's already on
There's
there.
no news. Just to let that out. Like, there's no news. What news are we talking about?
I've got
No,
news.
on MyFX book has Mike was showing it. There is some news coming out.
Building
It's not
permit.
Yes, but it's not on Forex Factory, so it's for the relevance of the rules of the high stakes. It is not relevant since the
Yeah.
5ers use Forex Factory. But I mean, for your trading, it's still relevant because there is news, although it's not important. It's not
Yeah,
used for the rules.
it could still, if you got a 5.5 pip stop, it can still take me out of a decent position. So we'll see.
Usually,
We'll see
if
what
it's
happens.
not red folder news, usually it has very, very low market impact analysis. Is super unexpected.
There you go. That was the other trade. So you had these highs here. This was yesterday. So you had these highs here on the 5-minute. It was there. All it was a break. We had all of this price action.
Should we give away a T-shirt? Andrea asked, "Could
We
you
could.
do a T-shirt giveaway, please?"
You
Yeah,
could
let's.
giveaway.
Not today though, but let's definitely set that up.
So this
Do
is the
a
same.
little-
This is the same setup that we got pretty much now, actually. So this from here to here just came down onto the 50 and then straight up, and then it just sold off afterwards. So that was the trade yesterday that made up for the losses. And now this is the trade we want to get in today.
I like that. Why not?
What period
Okay,
that is
so-
that?
That
Okay, that's
is
EU. EU.
EU.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've only got FOMC meetings.
You mean the
Yeah.
minutes at
Yeah.
night?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I'm thinking on EU. If we're gonna get that move up, I do see a trend line here. That's interesting. If we add a trend line here,
Mm-hmm.
and we got that trend line, something. It's gonna be. Is it gonna be like that, or do we want to have it like this? Probably like that.
Yeah, I would take it. I would forget about the deviation.
Yeah.
Whatever fits the best.
Whatever fits my bias.
Pretty much.
So we can maybe look at that, and then this, like that level will probably be my TP. Okay. Okay, so we don't have any news, do we?
No, we're good for the news. For some reason, it shows me like it was high impact when it's just not high impact.
Okay, so we got that swing point, and we're using that as resistance right now. So we're probably going to see a move down to the downside here.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm
on the
gonna
top of the
enter-
range.
I'm gonna enter a trade here. Let's see. My entry, so pending order, is gonna be 104,316.
Where are you looking at getting in?
I don't know.
I'm looking at 4312.
I'm not sure where my stop loss should be though. Let's see. Let's put a tight stop loss on.
Here we go. Go on,
Ooh,
son. It's
right
coming.
there, I like that.
It's
Okay.
coming, boys. We're gonna
What
get
should be
it.
our TP?
We're gonna get it.
1.04460 up here. Yeah, let's do 0.618. How much am I gonna be risking here then? Let's do 50.
Or to be fair, you could add a little bit extra.
Yeah, let's do
1.5.
100. Okay.
What?
Now it says my stop loss is too. My entry is too close. Let's just do a market then.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's go.
I'm in. Oh, brilliant.
All
Now
right,
we're in,
there we go.
guys.
That's the trade right there.
That
Look
is
at
the
this,
trade.
go straight to stop loss.
No, it won't.
Look at the 1 minute. Oh. Oh,
Hold
come on,
tight, guys.
Alex. What are you
Hold tight.
doing?
What are you on about? This is fantastic. This is perfect.
Making me take these stupid trades again.
It's all right. I'll put on a little bit of heavy size on this one.
I will invoice you the loss.
Invoice. I want the commission. Give me the commissions. This is not financial advice. Nobody enter in this trade. This is going to lose. This trade is going to lose. Okay. We do not do signals or anything like that.
It's not going to lose. Look at that. Look at that perfect entry right there.
What's up? Push up. Push up.
Yeah, well, look if we add the fib on the 1 minute here, we have a perfect test of the 50% right there. Looks good. Yeah, let's go. Hello, EU. Hi, EU. I believe it will go down once. Take liquidity and start moving upwards.
We'll go down. We've already taken the liquidity. We've been waiting for this all morning.
So basically what John P is saying that, hi,
we're going long.
your stop loss will be...
Sorry.
Going long on this one.
Gotta stop doing that, man.
Here is a trade and it's
But basically what John is saying is... Oh man, that is
Dick seriously wants to go lower. I hope so. I hope so. Otherwise, we're gonna lose a really decent trade live on stream.
Yeah.
And I'm in.
Well, right now my oil trade seems to be averaging out the loss of the potential loss on the euro trade. That's not going to last for long though.
Where's the music?
This is interesting. Interesting development. We're losing that local trend line right there. I think John might be onto something here.
No, he's not. We are good. Okay, this is where you add. Okay, you add.
Oh, really? Okay. How much should I be adding? 20, 25?
John, you double down on this move.
I might want to add like $25 here then. I'm already in with 100. I like
What's your
burning
risk
money,
on
but
the
like when I go, if I go to the store and I'm gonna buy some random shit, like it's gonna be, I go to the, oh man, English. Okay, so I go to pay, and it's gonna cost me like $100 or something, right? And I feel like it's just a pure robbery. And then here I am, risking $100 on losing that in a couple of minutes, and it's like, But I go to the store, I buy some random stuff for $1,000, and $100, and I feel like I'm getting robbed, which I'm almost am. And things are expensive. Coffee is expensive.
Coffee is expensive.
Yeah.
Lose bad trade.
Lose bad trade. Can we get rid of that guy? How do we keep him in here? Keeping him here, and I'm gonna pull his name up when we win. When we win this trade, it's gonna be like, oh, come on, man.
It is quite close. You don't really want to see price like this on the 1 minute, if I'm honest. It's like,
not really.
It would be nice if it, found support and just straight up, and then we could look at everyone and be like, oh. But it didn't do that. On the 5 minute though, we're at this little area. So if it's gonna push up, it really needs to push up from here.
Yeah, I feel also it really need to push up from here. That's a good assessment. That could help. I mean, is it too much to ask for? We only want price to go up. Now it's going down. Like if we shorted, we would have been in profit now.
No, you don't want to. I won't be short. If you've missed the opportunity to short all morning, if you were going to short, you would have shorted this morning.
Yeah, I think so too. It's flirting with that H4 or outside bar on to the left. So I think if anything, we can have a possible pop from here.
It's literally going straight from my entry to stop loss.
It's a very efficient trade.
Hold on.
That's a very efficient trade.
We're still in.
Yeah, if this is the low, then I'll be a happy man.
If you take the fib from here, you gotta be careful, because if you take the fib from there, then you're getting in where we got in. But if you take the fib from there, you got to watch it because now this is where the support is. So you got the 50, you've got the fib as well right here. Oh,
Yeah, got stopped out. Well, that's it. That's it, guys. That's it. This is what happens when you
Lucky
follow.
we can't trade your comment, mate. We can only trade what we know how to trade, unfortunately.
Well, we can also follow Alex's ideas and see where that takes us.
I'm still in.
We're going long on this one.
I can see that. Not for long. Yeah, but you're out of there.
To be fair, my stop is a little bit low though. My stop is here.
Okay, so in today's episode of Things Not Think Give Up. I gave up. Good work. This guy, I like him.
Can't get upset, Jonathan. You got to put your neck on the line, mate. You went with the trade.
Yep, that's it. Okay, trade short on CHFJPY. That sounds like an order. I will follow it like an order. Okay, can you give me the entry, the stop loss, and the TP? And see. Oh, you want to short it, right? Now you want to go long, do you? Now what's the trade here? Let's see.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Al Saint. What is what's the setup?
This is
Okay, he's gone.
It's quite close to the stop, and there is news coming out. So this.
What news?
How many?
We don't have any
Got
news.
2 pips to my stop, in all fairness. So it really needs to actually start pushing up now and finding support. Otherwise, I am out of trade.
Stop loss 168.89. Okay, stop loss is 168.89. Okay. 24 hour. No. I don't know, man. What I do like though is for long here on CHFJPY on this breakout.
Yeah, chart wrong. How is that green candle?
Yeah, I like the long as well. I don't see the short.
You're right. I do have my chart wrong. Well, no, actually, it's Alex, right? Alex has it wrong. 'Cause your red candles are green.
Yeah, that's not my chart's wrong. That's just the way I like looking at the chart.
Who's winning? I'm winning. I am winning.
Ooh, okay, this is coming down to take me out.
I don't know, man. Like, I have a difficult time finding trades today. There's just nothing.
Oh, you just found a trade.
I did. That's right. But it's not worth it. I mean, I can't really. Holding your mic.
Yeah, I know. Otherwise, nobody can. Oh no, it's taking me out. Then that did take me out in the end. I want to know if Hamad, did you take the same trade?
What about GU? What about GU as a long? Okay, let's zoom out on the day. Okay, that's the low. That's a good area right there. I'm gonna go long on GU with a wider stop loss. Why can I move it? Okay, so we're gonna do that.
I don't think it's a great long.
I do.
I still think it's in. I still think it's long.
EU, you mean?
EU, and in that say, let's have a look at GU. EU and GU. GU as well. Look at
I think
GU.
GU is a
They're
short.
both long.
Okay, this guy says Alex best trader. Dude, like, yeah, I like Alex as well. It's a good trader.
Yeah, thank you.
Who won the last two competitions, though? Let me remind you of who won
I
the
can
last
get
two
myself around.
competitions.
It's a good start. Like I'm not actually that bad of a trader.
I've
Get
never
myself-
said you're a bad trader. I think you're a
No,
great
I'm not
trader.
talking to you. So
you're
we
not
can
talking to
forget
me.
about this. We're gonna move it right here now because we have got back in.
But congratulations, Jonathan, for your 2 straight wins on the battles.
Thank you very much. I'm looking
You
forward
earned
to
it.
the. I'm looking forward to the next one. It's
Yes,
like the more we
actually,
do it, the more strategies we can.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely looking forward for that rematch.
Yeah.
About the
I wish
about
I got
GU,
lucky. There's no luck in trading. There's no luck.
Only a little bit.
Mm.
A little bit of luck.
It depends on who wins. I'm long GU, by the way, so this is
One
the trade I
depends
got
who
on
wins.
GU.
I think if in trading any single trade, there's the
Music is about
element of
loud,
luck
isn't
is.
it?
Let me turn it down.
Yeah.
I think 8 is the sweet spot, right? Isn't it?
I think he had it at 25. It's 24 now. So let us know in the comments. What about the music? Do you like the music? Do you, because every time Alex comes in, it just turns up the volume immensely. Kind of like. But also the views always goes up significantly when you come on.
Because we talk less about trading.
I don't think that's it. I think it's you're a good looking person, man. I think people just like to come on and
they
go,
come
look at
for
that.
my good trades and my good looks. Is that what it is?
I think that's it. I
want to
So
know,
what-
Hamed,
what
Hamed, are you still in the trade? Because I've just got back in. On EU, I've got back in. GU looks a little bit better, if I'm honest, but I am EU in. Mini news in 3 minutes. Let's see what that
I like
happens.
mini news. What mini news is that? Let's see if I can pull up the orange folder news as well. Mini news.
Mini news.
Where are we? What day is it? It's the 19th, is it? I can't
It
even
is,
see
yeah.
any orange folder news.
Where are you looking at?
The entry.
Forex
Fair
Factory.
enough. GU in all fairness does look better.
Yeah, I
looks
just
a
went
little-
long on GU here. Pretty much the same setup. What time frame is
Yeah.
that? 5 minute?
5
Yeah,
minutes.
same setup. Well, no, I have a title
There
stop
is a-
though.
There is a reversal. I can.
I'm
definitely
not
see
in
that
GU
reversal
though.
on
I'm in
the-
EU. That's just there, just for the reference.
Okay, I got that GU entry right here. I got the TP up here on the highs. So let's see if I can make back what I lost on whatever trade that was before. EU, that's right, EU.
It's funny that Nam, the guy from FX Replay, is coming on to show us all about like backtesting and stuff, and we're in the middle of trading. Like the worst time to be concentrated on something else right now.
Yeah. Well, we're not. We're gonna obviously be focusing on his present. Did you set everything up with him, by the way? Everything's good.
Yeah,
Good
I
to
sent
go.
him the link.
Nice.
Definitely.
Good stuff. Do we have maybe some type of discount for the community?
Yes, we do have. They would be able to get that in the discount. So Nam he's definitely watching because he heard us. You can come in right now, mate. You're just gonna have to chill with us for a couple of minutes while we just finish off what we're doing. But definitely jump in and chill.
Oh,
with
look
us
at
for
that!
a
Look
bit.
at that! Look at that! Okay.
Entries and stop losses need to be in the right place, people.
I'm currently up about the same amount of money I spend on coffee every month. How much do you guys
Actually,
spend on
there is
coffee a month?
A lot.
How much? Give me a number. Like, because I want to like.
You know what? We got free
understand.
coffee in the office, so I just
You get free coffee in the office.
every time I'm here. Do you know how much coffee I drink? 2 of those of coffee every single morning, and that's after I've had coffee for the gym.
Yeah.
That's why I'm buzzing all the time, just buzzing.
Victor, do you drink coffee or tea?
Coffee it is for me. I might have
Good man.
tea once in a blue moon, but it's all coffee for me every day, at least 2.
That's saying once in a blue moon. Does that have something to do with the Smurfs?
No, it does not have anything to do with any Smurf.
Okay, but you know the Smurfs though. They have blue moons. Sometimes they have blue moons.
You know, yeah, we've
I
got
think it has. Go ahead.
Alex, it's all
I'm
yours.
saying we've got a rep in the background, very professional person, and we're talking about blue Smurfs and moons. This guy's coming from FX Replay. We're going to bring him in 2 seconds. Give us just 2 minutes. No, give me a thumbs up when you're ready, mate.
Before
Come
we
to
do
Ukraine
so,
and treat you to coffee and more. Don't say that to us, because we will probably take you up on that offer, and you're gonna probably have to buy us coffee if this EU doesn't take profit.
Oh my God! Look at GU now. What is happening?
Mate, relax.
This is
guys.
not the
I'll tell
way
you what,
I
you are-
envisioned price to do. To
You're
go.
not supposed to envision price. You're supposed to execute on price, and it's just gonna do what
This is
it's
what I
gonna
do every time before I enter a trade. I envision the trade.
Such a baby.
Go my TP.
It's going
before
to
you
TP.
guys, before we continue, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna be back in
Yep.
half an hour.
Take a break, Victor.
Take a break.
Make sure you call out the Bank of England. Talk about the fact that we're not seeing the type of price action that I did envision for the market.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
definitely call them and tell them about your envisioning of the price.
Thank you. They're gonna send whatever. See you soon.
Yeah. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Anyway, guys. Welcome, Noam. Or Noam.
Yo,
Hello,
What's up?
mate.
Welcome, man.
how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, your
Yeah,
audio
all good.
is slightly
Let me
not very good.
let me check
There we
it.
go.
Just a second.
There you go. It's getting better. I don't know what you've done, and hopefully by the time you're talk all of this talking as well, people are gonna stop noticing that EU's going
Yeah,
down.
can you hear me good now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you a little bit better.
A little bit. Okay, let me try this. Oh, what now?
Yeah, we can work with
That's
that.
better.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if you guys in the stream know about FX Replay, but Noam is one of the guys over at FX Replay, and he's joined us today to go through and talk about the platform, because it is super. We talk about backtesting all the time. We also
We talked
Jonathan,
about
you've
FX
been
Replay
using
quite a
that-
lot.
Yeah, you've been using that for a number of years, no?
Yeah, I've been using it on and off, and I think it's a wonderful backtesting tool for sure. I love the fact that you can do everything with the trading room, not the trading room, the trading view charts.
Yeah.
Yeah, super clean, super easy to use. So no, take it away. Tell us a little bit about FX Replay, some of the things and traders can do on it, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much said everything there is to know. Basically, basically, as most of you probably know, FX Replay is the best backtesting software out there. I always like to say it's the only option and not the best, because we have a bunch of copycats and stuff like that. We're always on top when it comes to like new features that actually help traders, because we could say what's it called? Like the quote by Razer, the gaming company. So they have this quote like "by gamers for gamers." So we could say the same. Our CMO is a trader. He's been trading for like 7 or 8 years. Half of our team are traders. Some of them profitable, some of them aren't. But they back this, so it's just a matter of time till they get profitable. And yeah, I guess. Do you have any specific question you'd like to go over?
Yeah,
And
so
stuff
I
like
think
that.
not everybody knows what FX replay is. Do you have it on your screen that maybe you can pull up and show us a little bit
Yeah.
on there and just give us like a little bit of
Yeah. Let me just
and in the meantime we'll just
continue trading.
well yeah it's hopefully we'll push up. We've got New York opening in an hour.
Let me see. How can I open this?
Whereas I got my
Just a second.
$142 TP up here. I'll make back what I lost on EU and some. If this hits stop loss though, I'll be
Oh my gosh.
actually I don't care. I really don't care. I've stopped caring.
Oh my god.
That's a good thing though.
That is a good thing. That is a good thing indeed. I'm wondering if Hamid is still in the trade. I hope he is.
It seems Hamid left. So maybe he got stopped out and just left. Noma, let me know if you need any help with sharing your screen or setting that up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just a
just-
second. I might need to quit and reopen my browser.
So what
Just a second,
I
I'll do that.
really love about first FX replay, because I've used different types of backtesting softwares in the past. I've used one called Soft Forex, I think. There's just loads of different ones. And the thing is with the FX replay, and the reason why we wanted to bring Noam on is just because it is the easiest platform with the best UI UX. So, and it really does help. It gives you all the stats, it gives you all the analytics, and those things are super important. Not because it's going to give you an edge, but it's just giving you the foundation of, okay, what I'm testing out here, maybe there is something more to it. So you can then go and forward test. Because if you're just forward testing everything, it can be a little bit longer. But if you can go through years of price action in a few hours, then you're really getting more context on that particular setup. Anyway, so when you're ready now, just you can.
Okay, can you
add
see
it
my screen?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna perfect.
Okay, that's awesome. Let's just do some live testing then.
76% win rate. What is that strategy? I think we should just talk about that strategy.
Yeah, let me open it up. I basically trade SMC on mostly Forex pairs like EU, GU, and I trade gold. Not enough, but gold as
Yep.
well. Yeah, let me just go live about it. I can show it live. Just a second. Create a session. Let's call it the 5ers.
Good name. Good choice.
Pros.
Creative.
Yeah, let's do how much? Like 100K? How much should we
Yeah,
do?
we'll go for the typical
let's do
100K. Is this free? So FX we'll go into that afterwards. We don't need to talk about that now.
Yeah. What about assets? What do you guys usually trade?
We'll just go standard EU. I think everybody
Yeah.
in here is pretty big on EU.
Yeah, it's the default pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, EU and gold I think is the most popular
and
ones.
NQ and ES if you guys trade futures.
Do you know, I still haven't dived into them. No, I still haven't got into NQ. I've done probably one trade in the last 3 years on NQ.
I feel like I
What
should,
year
but
should we
it's
do?
just
Let's see. Well, what year would you guys want? Basically on EU, I think we have
let's do
data sets.
2024 because we will.
2024. Okay. We basically have data of like 20 years.
Wow.
Down to the M1 time frame, so it's pretty. Next, let me see what month. Let's choose May, or I don't know what month should I choose.
Go for it. Pick anything you want, mate. Absolutely anything.
Let's do May.
Yeah,
Let's
we can
go
do the
to
month of
first.
May, and we'll go on to the 1 and 5 minute chart, and we can see if we can
Yeah,
find.
yeah. So the initial
You know,
date is May 1st.
I've always done my back testing manually, but then I switch over to FX replay, and I get like I only have to enter next to the trade, and I get all the statistics, so I don't have to enter anything manually. Like I know the best day, the best pair, the best day of the week, the best month, and everything like that. And it's really it's really powerful, and I think especially for I don't know about you, but especially I think for discretionary traders who want to see how they really perform statistically with a discretionary approach. I know there's many different ways to backtest, but for discretionary traders, it's difficult to find good statistics. But here you can really get all the statistics, from your trading, because your trading it's like the replay function in TradingView, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it
Just
gives
a little bit better.
you can actually simulate like live trading because you have account balance and realized P&L, and you can actually place trades. Whereas on TradingView, you can not do that, at least not
Oh, so
efficiently.
you can forward test as well.
No. I mean, you can simulate like live trading with an account
Oh.
balance.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean it's a huge difference between this and the replay function in TradingView. Like the replay function in TradingView without this
It
doesn't
just
give you
allows
even.
you to,
Yeah, exactly.
it just allows you to basically replay back and nothing more, just seeing candle.
So
Yeah,
are we just going to make up a strategy on right now, or because we could just do a strategy together, everybody in the chat. So go on, let's do some
let's
support
see
and
what we have.
resistance, basic support and resistance on the daily.
On the daily, okay, let's
yeah.
try. I haven't done support and resistance for a while, but
It's
we're
okay.
gonna try that. What do you guys trade with? Like what system? SMC, ICT.
Yeah, we're more. I don't know. We're more just like old school, kind of just break, retest, continue. We're boring. Like we find a level and we just trade it off a level.
Now for me, it's just simply.
You can always tell when there's somebody gets into trading by the terminology they use. So let's say somebody would say like fair value gap or anything like that, then I know they've been trading maybe for the last last couple of years, three years max.
Yeah.
Because other people use it, use like imbalances. So price comes down to
like
imbalance, then then push up. Anyway.
Yeah, I would just say I trade the support and resistance. I buy support, I sell resistance. That's it, and try to utilize the break and retest method. So right there, what you have on your UC right there, that lower level that you just added, that would be for me. That would be probably a short on that rejection, on that resistance,
But if we go on to the 5 minute, we'll make a decision all together what we're going to do, and I'm reckoning long already. But let's go on to the 5 minute time frame.
Yeah,
that's because you're already in a trade on the EU.
this is what do you mean? This is a different time.
Right. Of course, we're back in time.
Oh gosh. Okay, so this is on the 4 hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've come back into a nice level of demand. Okay.
Yeah, we also mark this as a possible resistance.
Yeah. Can we go on to the 5 minute?
Yeah, 5 or 15?
5 minute, please, mate.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, so we've already pushed up. Okay, and what time are we currently at? So we're in London session already. So we're gonna have to just watch.
Yep, London.
So let's watch price, I guess, and we'll see if we can find anything. What happens?
Yeah, let's play it out.
Okay, stop there. I reckon we should go for long off that bit of consolidation there. I think we should get long with a stop. Where's Jonathan gone? He's gone anyway. With a stop maybe under that consolidation. Is that possible now?
Yeah, let's put it on market below this area.
Yeah, and we'll take it up to take up the highs. Yeah, so that last no, the one just below that.
This one?
Yeah, we can try that. That's a big trade. That's a massive trade, but let's have a look.
Yeah.
That's
probably will take a day or something. Let's place a trade then. You go place a trade. How much are we risking? Should we risk?
We wish
1%?
standard 1%. So what Norm's doing right now, so he's put in the order onto the risk to reward order, and now all he's doing is putting in the risk. He puts save to journal or just save.
I just like to save. Let's just put a limit. Where is it?
Yeah, limit
A market.
a market. Yeah,
and we're in. Let's
go.
play.
Let's see what happens. Are we going to get to stop, or are we going to get
see
to?
if we have news or something. Let's check that, because we haven't checked that. I don't want to get taken out. Yeah, let's regard that.
News.
Yeah, I guess so.
So let's go.
Let's see.
So we're pushing up. Keep going.
Yep. There we go. Just a second. Oh, that's a big spike.
Keep going.
It's 2.
Yeah.
Maybe there were some news.
Yeah. Keep it pushing. Keep it pushing.
Let's see. It doesn't look good.
No, it looks good. It looks good. It looks good.
Let's see. Oh,
There you go. Told you. Keep going.
yeah. Let's keep going.
Yeah, baby. That's it. Making simulated money. This is what we want, guys. Look at this. Oh, we got to TP already.
3.4K. Yeah, we did.
See that? That's it, guys.
Yeah. I wish we could pay this out or something, like with Wall.
That's how we do it. Hey, pump it up. That's how we do. Okay, so that's our one trade. You can see the P&L on the bottom. How much did we make on that one trade?
We made 3.4.
3.4 thousand. Okay.
Yeah,
So we can continue doing all of this for quite a long time. We can add indicators and everything that we want on the chart.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, you could do. We could get. Let's see what we have. We could get
Average true range.
ATR.
Yeah.
We could get moving averages. We also have some ICTs indicators.
Yeah.
Like these ones. AMG, if you guys are familiar with that, like the accumulation, distribution, and manipulation.
So let's say if I was doing the one session, so we're in London session and we've just done our trade. Now it's done. Now we've got to normally wait for the next day, but we don't want to just keep clicking. We've got go to and things like that. So I know you've got go to. You can pick the sessions.
Yeah, we could pick a session, we could pick a day open, we could pick even the next news event. If you trade CPI or stuff like that, you could pick it up. You could do just Asian session, you could do London, which we are trading right now. We could do New York, so we can simply just straight away jump to the next London session, and here we are. 6 a.m.
Yeah,
this is nice, and we could pick up and go from there. Just easily like that. Yeah, let's see if we have another trade.
Okay, so what's on the 4 hour though? Because I've lost contact where we are on the higher time frame.
Yeah, let's.
Okay, I think we're still gonna push up. Let's have a look at the daily. Sorry, no.
Yeah, let's see the daily. Yeah, we could break this.
We're gonna push up. We're gonna push up.
Yeah,
let's push up. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we're in a range at the moment. We really don't really want to. What's the time frame as well? We're currently in London.
It's 5. Yeah, it's London.
Okay.
7 p.m. UTC.
Pre-market. We don't really want to enter into trade, so we might as well just wait for a little bit.
Yeah,
let's keep pushing. Keep pushing.
See exactly both support.
Okay, so we're taking that range out.
Yeah,
we could stop. Oh, keep going. Fine, we missed the trade. I thought we could have taken it to the higher end of the other one.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay.
What time is it? It's almost 12.
12.
Yeah, almost 12.
Keep going. Until we find something nice. Okay, so let's get on. Let's use a fib from that low to that high, if we can.
Get it. This all?
Yeah, that low to that high. Yeah. Let's put an order at that 50 fib and take profit at that. Yeah. and a take profit at that high.
Of London, this one.
Yeah, let's go. Let's try that. I like that trade.
Yeah,
And we can put a limit order for this one.
It's swept liquidity down below, so it seems like a nice area.
It seems
to
like a
enter.
nice setup.
Yeah, let's put a trade here. Let's
We'll put
trade
1% on.
1% limit.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, let's put the limit on. So now we just run it forward. Let's see if we get taken in.
I just canceled the journaling just a second because I opened the journal. Yep. Let's see. Okay,
Okay, we're tapped in. Nice. Okay. Quite a big candle though, so let's keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. Oh, okay. So we got a loss on that. So keep going.
I think
Let's see
maybe
if we
we
can
could
get.
short.
we
I
can-
don't know. It seems like it reacted off of this support, then return to resistance.
Okay,
Should we
Let's
try
do
that?
go for it. Let's see what this candle does first. We've just got
Yeah.
our trade. It could be just a little bit of a sweep.
Yeah, let's
it a
see
sweep?
how it reacts.
No, it's not a sweep.
No. Yep.
So
Seems
would
like a
that
short
be
was a good move,
would that have been one of your type of trades? You would have looked for that break, a retest, and then a continuation. Would that would have been something you would have taken?
I don't know. I think I would have taken probably a short because it tapped into this sort of small order block. What time is it? 5. Then go to the 1 and look for an entry here. Could have taken an entry here, probably somewhere around there.
Super nice.
Yeah, something like that, because we broke structure at the top. See it like that. And price shocked down here. Then with a nice entry.
So what we could do, we could take one trade each. Go on. So your next trade, you do
Yeah,
your
let's
thing, and then
do-
I'll do the trade afterwards.
Yeah, let's see. Let's do London because I like London. What day is it? It's okay. Go to London. Awesome. Let's check the daily just a second. Of course. Yeah, the price seems too expanded. I could say that. It seems way over bearish. And you can expect some pullback to some higher prices. Let's check the H4. Well, I think I remember this price action, kind of funny. It looks familiar.
Your screen's just gone off.
Can you see it again now? Let me just reshare it just a second. Can you see it?
Yeah, we'll bring it. If I lose the next trade, I will wear clown suit on the next stream.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
This price
Ahmed.
action seems familiar.
Yeah. No, see,
Yeah,
all of us were
I can
trading.
actually remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Continue. Ahmed, that price action on EU doesn't look too nice now. That's a nasty,
Yeah.
nasty wick.
Yeah, it is. Doesn't look that good, but let's see what we have here. Let's play it out. Did it take in the low? Let's see if it takes this out. We have a double low. It's an area for liquidity. Let's just keep an eye out. No, it's already out of session. Do you see any trade you would like to take? I don't see any from my point of view.
Okay, so no, we've kind of missed something that I wouldn't look for anything here. So we can move to the next session if you want. Next
let's
day
do-
or next
yeah,
session. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do London. Okay, so it's Monday, fresh, new week. Let's see how it goes.
So I would love to take this next trade. If you can take the fib from that low, where that
On the-
spike was.
On the H4.
Yeah, take the fib from that low on
This
the
one?
H4. Yeah. To the high.
Yep.
Okay,
Drop
so
DM1.
Yeah, drop to the 5 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, just mark it. Yeah, so where the fib is, just so I know where the 50 fib is. Okay, let's have a look at what price is going to do. So we'll just move forward. This is Asian range though, isn't it? Because we're still not open market.
Yeah.
Keep going. Yeah. Got a clown suit on this. Okay, keep going. What time is this?
It is 9 a.m.
Keep going. Okay, stop. We'll find a 50 fib onto that price action there. Don't really like it. It's already pushed off, but let's see where the 50 fib would take us.
Where should I mark this?
Just from the start of that move.
This one?
No,
This one?
so yeah, exactly. From the yeah, exactly. Let's keep going.
Let's see.
Okay, let's put an order on that 50 fib. Stop underneath the location of the breakout, and then a TP on
This
the
one?
yeah. So stop underneath that where we took the fib level from. Yeah, and then
Take
the
profit, I
take
guess,
profit
will be the high.
exactly to the highs.
Yeah, let's.
I've got a clown suit resting on this, mate. So we better get this. This better be the best trade ever.
Let's
Come
take
on.
it out
Yep.
and.
Go on, keep going. Push, 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 push. Yeah, okay, we're locked in. Now we're in, guys. We're in. We are in. Okay, go on, push
Let's
up.
see if you're gonna wear a clown
Push
shoes
up.
or.
Oh no. Keep going. Keep going. Oh my god, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't look good. Keep going fast.
You want it to be fast.
Yeah, do it fast. We'll move it fast. Oh no, guys.
There your clown shoes.
That's it. We're gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to arrange with Jonathan. So I've lost one.
Yeah. Let's see what else we have. What time is it? Oh, so it's almost the end of New York. That's a bit late. Yeah, let's see the M15. Go to the next London session.
Yeah.
Do you see anything you'd like to take?
Not
Maybe
in this
another
range. No. Do you know if you put a couple of EMAs on for me, this would probably help. Stick on a.
Let's do triple.
Yeah, do 3 EMAs, 21, 50, and a 200. Don't worry, we're gonna sort out that means you're gonna have to come into the live stream on Monday to see me. So make sure you're there.
Yeah, for sure. We have. Where's the indicator? This one. You said 9, 50, and 200.
Yes, please, mate.
200. Let's give them all different colors so you can actually.
That's a funny looking EMA. Let's have a look. Can you go that's TMA? Why is it? Can you put a normal EMA on for me, mate? I'm sorry to be a pain.
Yeah. Let's do that. So not a triple one. Just
Just
EMA
the normal.
cross.
No, the moving average exponential.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please.
Let's do. Let's do red. Let's do 9 on the close, right?
Yeah, just like that. So 21, 250. So guys, we're going to do 1 or 2 of these back testing trades, and then we're going to have a look at the analytics on the back end. And so while Nam does that, we're just going to update on what's going on with this. So EU is currently pushing up. I do think it's going to push up to those higher levels, but we'll have to see. New York is still not open, so we really want to have a little bit of a momentum shift for New York.
Yeah, that's a nice trade there.
Well, it would have been, yeah, if I didn't lose the first one. My stop was a little bit too close. But yeah, let's go. Continue.
Are we good now? You said
Okay,
950
perfect.
and
So
200.
let's
Okay,
jump on. Yeah, let's jump on to a two. Let's jump on to a next London session.
Next one. Here we go.
Okay, let's jump onto a 5 minute.
All right, good.
Okay, let's
Here we go.
continue. Yeah, let's just continue. Stop. Okay, stay. Hold on. Now take from the low to the high. And we're getting in a 50 and getting out of the 200.
I feel from
Yep.
this low to this high.
Yeah, put a limit order on the 50 for me. And we're getting out of the 200.
And I believe stop loss should be somewhere.
Stop loss
around
underneath the low, which, yeah, would like you've put a little bit higher.
here.
CP, you can put up to the 200 or you can put it up to the previous high.
Previous high. This one.
Yeah, you can put it up to the
Yeah,
previous
this
high.
is nice.
Yeah.
1.8 R.
Yeah.
That's,
You can move the,
yeah.
to be fair, you can move the stop loss a little bit higher right underneath that low, so we can get a 2. There you go. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
2.
2 risk to reward
Yeah.
ratio.
Let's do 1% risk.
Yeah.
Hey. Let's
Now,
see.
brilliant. Let's go. Let's go with this trade. Keep going. Okay, now we're
Okay.
locked in. Now we're going to push up, hopefully.
Let's see.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. It's nice. Keep going. Oh,
Ooh.
keep going, though.
Yeah, let's see.
Keep going. Ooh,
No,
bad.
let's play more.
Ouch. Now, wouldn't that annoying?
Yeah, eventually. Eventually,
After you've been taken out.
I mean, you could have gone with like no stop loss, no stop loss, no loss.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't do no stop losses. We can't run our stuff. We can't run our positions naked anymore. We can't do it. Okay, so let's go on to the 15. We'll do one more trade. So go on to the 15-minute for me, Noam.
15. Yeah.
Okay.
Should we
Yeah,
go to the next London, or would you like to skip on this second?
Yeah, let's have a look at keep going with this session. We'll keep going on the 15-minute.
Let me know when to stop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's already gone. We'll go to the next session for me, bud.
Yeah, done. Not much have changed.
Is that the next session?
Yeah, it is. Would you like to go to the next one?
Let's go for the next session.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got some more.
Okay.
Let's see.
Let's go on to the 5-minute.
5.
This is our last trade, but we've already missed the trade on that. Maybe Victor also wants to jump on.
Yo.
Okay. What we could do, should we go for our analytics? No. And we'll talk about the analytics.
Let's go over them. Let's go back. Check the session.
So we are still up on the account, guys. Or are we not? Yes.
No,
We've still
we
got
are. but
458 bucks. We're profitable. We are profitable traders.
Yeah.
This is a profitable strategy. So yeah,
Really 25% win rate. So, it's a bit low.
you can still make a lot of money if you got a 25% win rate with really high risk to reward.
Yeah, like 5. Yeah. Could surely do that.
So yeah, performance and time. You've got also the calendars. Honestly, this is really top of the line backtesting platform. And then we've only gone through some of the super basics, and we've only played around with it. You've always also got a journal and everything in there as well.
Yeah, we do. We have a backtesting journal. It's not a live journal.
Yep.
We haven't journaled the trade. We just took them. So
Yeah.
it's not,
But the idea is that they can journal trades not executed, so you can start getting
yeah, you can see we have like not executed versus executed. You see the ROI like 154, and you see the entry. Let's see what else. Where is it?
You got checklists and many different things.
Yeah, where you can basically build your own strategy. You can like do a checklist. I don't know, like London, and then you'd have like, is it required or is it optional? We could have what else? Fib. Could have DMA.
You can do maximum amount of trades per day, or is it touching a level? All of these things, and basically, I think with checklists as well. With checklists, if you guys have got any type of issue with over trading or anything like this, a checklist also can help. Obviously, it's not going to turn it off straight away, but these are things that can help you overcome little things like over trading and many things like that. So thanks Nom, obviously, for coming on and doing this a little bit of back testing. I've lost, and now I'm gonna have to wear a clown suit. I don't know why I agreed to that. Maybe just clown nose.
I'm looking forward to see it.
Yeah,
It's gonna be fun.
Great. And so guys, obviously FX Replay, we've been happy to partner up with them. So if you go into the Discord, Abe will put in the special code that you can use to get 30% off on on an annual basis or the monthly basis, the 30%?
It's the monthly. It's the monthly.
There you go. So you've got a 30% off on the monthly basis. So it's a no-brainer, guys. Honestly, the only reasons why I reached out to Nam is because I've used FX Replay before, and it is super appreciated. We don't get any money off it. It's not some kind of sneaky affiliate deal that
I can confirm that.
Putting everybody in there. No, we want you to have the big discount so you can go and do it, and so you guys can get profitable faster. So Nam, thank you very much for coming on and helping us with this. And I hope we're going to get you on again. Maybe some trading. Maybe we can get you
do live trading.
Man, it'll be really good fun, man. We'll be in touch, and we'll get that sorted. All right.
Yeah, appreciate being on the call, and I guess talk to you next time, Alex, and Victor as well.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Take care,
Thank
mate.
you, Noam, for everything you have shown us today. It's going to be very helpful for our traders. Everyone who have done backtesting knows the value of having your own data. That there's nothing that builds your confidence as having your own data telling you what works and what doesn't. So thank you very much for that, Noam. Hope to see you here again soon.
Yeah,
see you later.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
There you go. So FX Replay. I'll make sure Abe puts that in the thing. Let's have a look at the EU trade right now. We're still in.
How are you? You guys have taken a GU as well. Who was everything? I believe someone was in GU. Was it Jonathan?
Yeah.
I think he's still in the trade, right?
That's twice now. Twice I've had my stop loss in the wrong area in the last 2 days. So what does that mean? Is it the fact that I'm pulling my fib in the wrong place? Probably. I'm probably pulling my fib. I pulled my fib from there. That's not the right place. The fib. So putting the fib from the right place, maybe out of greed, maybe. But we will see.
The higher the structure you fib, the more relevance it has. So you need to make sure that you're getting the It's the same thing with the quasis. Within ranges, within the quasi, you can find other quasis, but the biggest quasi, that's the most important one. And I think that also goes for the fib. If you fib from the lowest point, from that reversal, that's the overarching, the biggest one. But of course, I think you are looking for that impulsive move, right? So you're fibbing each impulse, right?
Yeah. So if you're taking a fib on the 1 minute, you realistically, if I was looking at this chart, you'd want to take the fib. You'd want to take the fib. You want to get in on that move to take advantage of that. Okay. But if the price is already moved and then you're taking the fib from this, trying to get that move, then you've got to just be prepared that you could potentially get stopped out like I did like that. But if the momentum is on your side and it's already pushing up, then you're totally fine. If it's not ready, then you get obviously that overall. If you go and you get the fib from a 5 minute, then you find that move of the 5 minute move. Because if we have a look at this, that is the move that I want to trade. That is the leg that I want to trade, which is this. So that's why I'll take the fib from here, take it from there, find out where I'd want to get in, which is where I got taken out, and that would be the move that we're looking to trade.
That's the that's the way you've done it now. So this one is you're zooming out a little bit more than you previously had on the other ones, right? So yeah, I think it's the more you zoom in, the less the higher the risk reward will become. So the more attractive it is, and the more size you can put on. But that also affects the win rate, because the closer you're going to be to a current price, the more chances obviously you'll have of price stopping you out. And that's exactly what happened. You stopped out twice, but that's the trade-off we always have. Do we want to go with a tighter stop loss, higher volume, a big risk reward ratio, but lower win rate, or do we want to have wider stops, lower risk reward ratios, but probably higher win rate, right? Which of the two is the best?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon?
I said which one do you want to be? Because Jonathan is also let's say Jonathan will have a bigger stop.
All right, let's stop everything and appreciate this trade right here that hit that TP. Isn't that absolutely beautiful? I heard my voice and I'm like, yep, here I am.
No, we're talking about.
You were. I heard you say my voice multiple times. Multiple times, Alex.
Talking about a different Jonathan, definitely.
Really? How many Jonathans do you have in your life?
I gotta admit something. I did lose a bet on stream.
Against who?
What was the bet?
Wait, hold on. There was a bet here. I think Alex will lose the next trade. I'll put a bet on that.
What was the bet?
Clown suit.
No way, really?
A clown. It was like I'll dress up as a clown. So we'll do the clown nose. But yeah.
Well, Alex, I feel like every time there's a bet, you want to it's okay if you want to dress up like a clown. I mean, obviously, you're looking for every excuse you can find to dress up like a clown. You're trying to make a bet.
Doesn't allow me to do it at home. I've got to do it somewhere. If it's not at work,
you're not allowed to do it at home. You live alone. You live alone, dude. You can do whatever you want at home. Oh, sorry if that kind of hit a sensitive nerve.
I don't have anyone in my life. I don't have anyone in my life.
Oh my god. Maybe you have multiple personalities.
I have trading to keep me.
Yeah, but no, seriously, if you want to dress up like a clown, come on the stream, do whatever, clown stuff, then you're free to do so. But I feel like every time there's a bet, you want to dress up like a clown. I thought we were doing the clown bet next week.
Oh yeah.
Do I feel some jealousy?
We're doing a trading competition. Remember?
Sorry, Victor.
No, I was gonna say I sense a little bit of jealousy. Jonathan saying, "Why did you do that bad for the clown?" That was something you and I had. Jonathan
Honey,
saying to
I'm
Alex.
not
Is that
cheating on
true?
you. Do not
Exactly,
worry.
Victor. You understand this. You understand the situation. You're a very good counselor. I feel like so. I'm glad to have you here in the call with us to mediate between me and Alex here. So
Joking
the
from
thing
Batman
the
is,
thing is okay. The thing is, we had an agreement, Alex, that next week we're going to do a trading challenge, and whoever wins that one is going to dress up as like a clown, like we did the last year. I'm thinking maybe we should come up with something more
better.
original.
Fair enough. You know what? But I've already lost the bet.
Okay, so you got to dress up as a clown because of the bet in the comments, but we have to come up with something else.
Okay. We could just block him, and then he's not going to know if I didn't do this. You know?
That's the new bet. Like you
never do that.
lose a bet against Alex, you lose access to the live streams.
That's
No, we will not.
wow.
We don't do that. Okay, can New York just open already so we can get something happening? I have pulled my stop into profit though.
I'm gonna take another position here on.
I think you've
GU.
got another. I think you've got the position on EU long. Still.
And I'm just gonna trade level to level here, so I'll just enter a long here on.
Really, you're only allowed to push bets if you're going to come on stream and do it. If you're going to come on stream and do it, we will have to get permission first. I don't know how bringing somebody in a mankini.
There is no chance I'm gonna do that though.
Yeah, probably not.
It's a very, very slim chance of me dressing up in a mannequin. It would be very fun though. I'm not sure. This would be on the edge of what YouTube probably would accept. Okay, I'm long GU here.
somehow
looking for a
the
move.
stream has taken a turn for a weird
better.
direction here.
Interesting one you went with
Mankinis.
GU.
I think you're talking at the same time.
Sorry.
No, I was gonna say we were talking about.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Mankinis,
I know I'm terrible with this. I keep interrupting all the time. But this is actually really fun.
Ice bucket challenges.
That we should do.
Push-up challenge because of Do you know? Have you ever had those electric?
Yeah.
Like your muscles to
Yeah.
relax your muscles. You put them on the electric ones.
Yeah.
The loser has to put that on their face.
Oh wow, that's interesting. That's
That'd
interesting.
be really funny, and they've got to record themselves.
We should do it live. That would actually
Yeah,
be
you
fun.
do. Yeah.
That's actually a good idea. I have to look up where to get, but they're quite expensive, aren't they?
Yeah, my friend bought one for. He had an injury in his leg, and I did just that, just for a laugh. You really can't control it; just spazzes up your whole neck, everything.
They're not that expensive. I mean, you can get one for $100. I'm not gonna pay $100 though for two now.
No, it'll be good, just in general to have.
Interesting though. Interesting. Anyway, the idea here with the GU is
See, the thing is that I don't. Yeah, not EU is still an interesting area. EU looks a little bit better. We've got how long until?
my fiance says we should dress up as women, but I feel like that's not something we should be doing.
Cool.
You
It's
know?
not cool. It's not
It's-
funny.
Nah, it's a bit,
It's on the edge.
it's on the edge on what we probably should be doing,
Yeah,
It's gonna be,
there is a certain level of professionalism that we are losing every time we do stuff. Wait, hold on, Jonathan. Aren't you doing this CS? What is it? The CT
Yeah, what is it
CME.
called?
No, CMT.
CMT?
CMT, yeah. I am.
isn't there like a code of ethics and things that you have to be a certain?
Yeah, there is definitely a code of ethics, but I feel like it's
How's that going?
more in relationship to the professional career. I mean, I'm not, you're not supposed to scam people and things like that. You know what I mean? But dressing up as a clown, I think that's okay.
That's not a scam. That's not scamming
No.
anyone.
I'm not only scamming myself of dignity, I guess.
I don't like the way that EU is putting in the equal highs, to be honest. Around
But
that
Jonathan,
area.
you were talking about taking a long on GU.
Yeah, I'm currently long on GU. Yeah. Got a pretty bad entry, if I'm gonna be honest.
But we're seeing Alex's screen right now.
Yep.
And you're
Yeah.
in the long on EU.
No, GU.
You're on GU as well, Alex?
I'm on EU.
That's what I
GU, GU doesn't look as good, if I'm honest. EU looks a little bit better.
I did that makeup myself.
You know what?
I really put a lot of effort into that.
That was hilarious. That's what.
That
Do you
was
know
fun.
why I want to do the clown suit again? Because that was generally one of the funniest moments in the 5ers live stream. It was.
That was quite fun, yeah.
I've got to see if I can find one.
Oh my god, I'm gonna show that again.
I can turn my screen off. Okay. Oh, when was
Did
it?
we find out? Did we eventually
long
find out
time ago.
if Hamid is in the trade still or not? Alex.
Hamid is still in the trade. Yeah.
Okay.
He's got quite similar. I think we take quite similar trades these days.
Okay, so I have a secondary entry on GU here, so if we hit that, I should probably increase move the TP up here. Let's see, I'm up, and oil is actually doing quite well. I'm actually in profit on oil. Is this trade right here? I entered right here, based on the higher time frames. I feel like we got some nice momentum here.
By the way, you were
Cinnamon
asking
challenge.
about the swap on
Do you
oil.
guys know about cinnamon challenge?
The cinnamon challenge.
I
Yeah,
have no
you're
idea
supposed to
what
like take a spoon and eat like 1 spoon of cinnamon, and it's supposed to be like horrible.
Yeah, we could do that, but we could do that, I guess. Ah, found it.
We shouldn't do that live though. It's gonna be cinnamon all over the office. I can't do it in the office.
EU is looking absolutely insane now. EU 's
GU looking good as
really
well. Where do we have GU? Oh, look at that! Look at that!
nice. Very nice. We were just probably a little bit too early into the trade though, and the stop was probably in the wrong place. That's all.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
I'm currently on the day. I'm down $100.
It's okay. I'm down a
Yeah.
lot more. Until it
If
doesn't really
we
matter
hit-
because it was like because now it's back where it was.
Abdullah says we should dress up as Donald Trump. I feel like that's it's not fun
Boring,
anymore.
man.
You know?
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah,
It's been done so
and
many times before.
This was funny. Look, look at this. Oh no! Come on, seriously.
I'm gonna wait 10 seconds.
Have to wait 10 seconds. Oh no, people have seen it now.
Okay, let's
Is it
see.
possible to improve the stream quality only if you maybe.
I quite
the
like
whole-
that old intro.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good intro, man.
It was
That
pretty
intro
good,
was
man.
epic. Yeah, it was epic.
Is it better than the one we have now?
Oh god, I can't, mate.
Oh my
That
God.
is hilarious. Isn't it? Oh, hilarious. Yo.
Oh my God.
Wow, I had a bit of
Oh, you
a
look
bit
like 10
chubby.
years younger, Alex.
Now?
Nah, yeah, now. Yeah.
Oh, that's when I fell off my motorbike, wasn't it?
Oh, right. That's right. You were on like heavy
Yeah.
medications.
Yeah. Did we get any
That's
cool
right.
trades?
That layout, I like that layout with 4 on each side of us.
Yeah. See, we used to have really good live trading. Wow, man. I look better big. I look better bigger. I look filled out. I look, I look healthy. What's going on? Gotta start getting
It's
more
quite
muscle on.
depressing looking at like older live stream because like we're trading. I mean, it's not like, trading is stressful,
Oh god.
Definitely getting older quicker when you're losing
trading.
money,
Ay. Okay, we got 5 minutes for New York to come out. Looks like you lost a little bit timber since then, Alex. Yeah, mate. Honestly, because after my motorbike accident, I started just getting really fat. Honestly, mate. I just got people started sending me messages. I'd take a picture, like a family picture, and a friend of mine sent me a recording. Said, Alex, in nicer words, he said, actually not very nice words, but he said, Alex, pull yourself together. So I was like, that's it. I'm gonna have to go on a cut. So I've been cutting for a couple of weeks, for about 4 or 5 weeks. Shiver me, Tim.
You look good.
Thanks, man.
Guys, I gotta go. I got some scripts I gotta work on, and I will.
Okie dokie. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch Price together. What is EU doing?
Yeah. All right.
This is great. This is
Okay. I'll see you guys later. Take care.
See you later.
All right. See you soon, Jonathan. All right, so we have news coming up. It's not high impact news on Forex Factory, but it's still news, right? It's in about 3 minutes. Is that correct, Alex?
No, I think we're done. I think there's no news. I don't know. Whatever that candle is doing, no, that's not nice.
Okay. That's
My stop is now under this low though. I have trailed it, and it is under that low, and it's about to get taken out.
Yeah, it's looks quite weak on GU and EU, I think. We are retesting
gold,
an H.
huh?
Gold, you said?
Gold is really pushing down. Look at that. We've got 3 minutes till New York opens. Alex, look for euro. What on euro are you looking for, mate? Nice. What? 2938. 2938. 2938. Nice. Louis, what a legend, mate.
Nice
What
one.
a legend. Yeah. Where's the targets though, mate? You're coming down here to take out these lows? $200 EMA. Lovely. Lovely trade.
That sounds like a trade you would take, right?
Let's have a look. I'm better at seeing. Yeah, better at seeing longs for definite. Probably take something like that. So probably would like to see kind of looks good. Looks good. I'm gonna get rid of this because we all know where the stop is and where the take profit is.
We have some reaction from GU. Buyers coming just on the lower time frame. On the higher time frame, it's still. Let me put my. Are you done with looking at the?
Yeah, mate.
That
Go
target on E.
Yeah. Go for it. Go and put your chart on.
So if I look at this on the, maybe I should break this down. How I see this on GU, I said it's weak. I still think it is weak for like a day trade, but we are currently seeing some kind of a reversal on the lower time frame, which doesn't have hourly support. But still, I will let's break it down to see what's happening on GU. So we have on GU we created before a weekly order block which hasn't been retested yet, and it pushed quite nicely going higher. I can actually go to the bars. We have created a bearish order block in that process on the weekly time frame, and that was quickly negated or invalidated last week. That is a bullish sign, right? Bearish structures being created and readily invalidated. And the fact that we are reach this next order block is obviously not any surprise, because we created a weekly, and the most likely place we're going to is the next one in the opposite direction. So that is basically on the weekly time frame what we are seeing. The fact that we reach this is a nice point. Now here, every time price reaches an opposite structure in the same time frame, it is actually a good moment to reassess. Because to me it's an intersection. Does price wants to continue, or is this perhaps something where price is going to retrace back into perhaps something of a support, maybe on another time frame before it continues or actually goes for a deeper retrace? So that's where we are right now. We are in a weekly order block, which is, let's see, is it we have it, it's on the 6th bar since its creation. For some people that would still be considered fresh. I mean, it's a single mid-digit number or a mid-single digit number. So you could expect, it would make sense for us to expect sellers coming in on the higher time frames. Okay, but that's on the weekly, just to picture things. Where are we? Are we at a station, or are we on our way going to some area, right? From that idea, going from one station to the next, we reach destination. The only thing is it a temporary destination, or is where we are going to reverse, right? So let's go to the daily time frames. So we know that, and we are expecting, on the higher time frames, some selling coming from that weekly order block. Price gets in, and on the daily time frame, I don't see any selling yet that would indicate that the sellers have taken control. We might see a outside bar being created today, right? But it hasn't happened yet, which is the low of this low. If it closes today below that low, you can see that already that's an outside bar, right? It takes out the high and it closes below the low, but that's speculative because it hasn't happened yet, and you can't trade something that hasn't happened yet. You have to wait for it to happen. Then tomorrow you can act upon it, right? So if it does close today below, Tomorrow when it comes back, if it comes back, there you can look for that retest of that order block that was created. Actually, the order block is a little bit higher for that move down. And you can actually, not only for tomorrow, for the rest of the week, and actually even coming a few weeks, you can trade, not few weeks, coming few days, you can trade this as a short. But it hasn't happened yet, right? So we have to be patient and wait for price to confirm that. The other thing we have on the H4, I'm looking if, on the weekly, we're expecting some selling coming in. We didn't get any sign on the daily. Do we have any sign on the H4 perhaps? And if I do that and I go look for that reversal pattern, and it's the quasi that I refer to exactly, if I see that the highest point is the first place where I'm going to be considering as the head, this would be then automatically the left shoulder. And that makes this point the neckline. And the neckline has today, last bar on the on the 4 hour has been taken out, right? Even if it's just a wick, to me, it's been taken out. So that means that we have broken structure and the market is getting ready for a much deeper retrace. So that brings us that this order block becomes an entry order block on the quasi. Let's mark that as an entry order block. So I'm going to be looking, and this is something for tomorrow. Of course, I don't think we have enough time for today anymore. But when and if price comes back to this order block, I have a reason, at least on the H4, to look for that short. Not on the daily yet. Maybe the daily might come today. We'll have to be patient for that. But the H4 in any case, right? So that's an entry order block on the H4. But do we have a long here? And that was the you guys were taking a long here, and of course you guys are trading on Jonathan and Alex. You guys are taking trades on the lower time frame and looking for other stuff, which is EMAs, a pop, and your targets are not necessarily that far. Meaning you could still have a very nice trade long from these areas without. While price might be pushing lower later on. So that's one thing. We do still have to the left a outside bar that has already been retested. So it's on the second retest, meaning it's weaker. So I don't expect, that's the only structure and the only reason I have for a long here. But it's not as compelling because it's not part of a quasi, right? It's not a quasi. I don't see a bullish quasi here. And it's not fresh anymore. So I would assume I'm simply not going to trade it. And it can still push price higher because it is a quasi. It is an order block. But I'm not going to trade it because simply it doesn't have the best risk reward probabilities of working out in my opinion, right? Since it's not fresh. That's on the H4. If I go to the lower time frame to find something else, we see that on the H4 it hasn't broken that area, that order block yet, right? It hasn't closed below it. On the H2,
yeah, the sell, Hamid, the sell, I can see a valid reason why you'd want to sell it. It's not pushing up like we would normally like it to push up, in all fairness. I'm still in the trade. Obviously, I got my stop just below. I'm surprised it didn't actually come down. And it's finding stickiness here. So it's still in play. I guess you've got your stop above the highs then, correct? There you go, Victor. All yours. Sorry.
Yes.
The highs
So
up here.
You're talking to Hamid, right? The highs on.
Yeah. I was talking to Hamid.
Yes. So on the, if we go back, we go to the lower time frames on the let's make up what we have on the weekly. We have a supply area, right? So we can expect some selling coming in. On the daily, we don't have anything yet, but possibly today we might have an outside bar. So that's something to keep at the back of our head. Then on the 4 hour, we have a bearish one, right? So the case for a sell is building up slowly, but it is still building up. So it doesn't mean we cannot take a long here. Of course, if you're a scalper, if you're just going for a couple of pips, perfectly fine. You can find longs here, valid longs, no problem. But if we're looking for a little bit longer time frame, I see the sell coming in or the selling coming in, the selling pressure. So if I were to look for the long, I mentioned that we have a bullish outside bar here that created the order block. It's a secondary test, not as great to be taken as a long, but hey, it's there. It's gonna do some pushing, buying pressure coming in. But if I go to the lower time frame, I don't see the buyers, at least not on the H2. If anything, I see it closing below that order block, although it's not an H2, so it's not very relevant that it closed below. We go to the 1. I still am missing the buyers coming in, right? They're not they're not printing pin bars, they're not printing engulfing outside bars, none of those. So maybe they will still come. Maybe they will still have to, show us their hand. Maybe it's going to take a little longer, but right now I don't see the buy. We should see buyers coming in terms of price action right here, and I don't see it. So we'll have to be patient. If we go to the 15-minute, no quasi. If anything, you can see that it reacted and respected a 15-minute 15-minute order block very, very nicely. We can see it was created here, and price reacted to it once, 2 times, and came down. So can we have a long from here? Yes, but I don't see it on time frames that I look to, H4, H2, H1. So, but if I were to look for the lower time frames, we do have this quasi, right? This is how you need to always not use something like anything you see online or in this stream or with anyone. Use it in isolation, because there is a quasi here on the lower time frames, but remember, we didn't find any indication of a reversal on the H1, the hourlies yet. So it's very risky to think, right, this quasi is going to be
this is tough price action. This is tough price action. I could only say this is probably tough. It's ranging like this and it isn't actually moving just because of FOMC later. This is tough. This is not nice price action. This is really awful price. Sorry, Victor.
No problem. So it is something, if you're going to be trading this, just know that, you do have some reason for a long here. Yes, there's another reason why I would think it could work along from here, or I would expect some kind of a push here. One is we took, we took the Asian, was it Asian? We took the, it wasn't Asian, but let me put it on, maybe on the hourlies. We have, it's actually yesterday's low, not Asian, but we took out the swing low, the previous swing low. I'm gonna put this out right now. Let me see. So we did take that swing low from yesterday. Just that swing. That's the only reason that I would think, you could have those reaction liquidity grab on that low for price to push a little bit higher, and that could still work. I mean, you can certainly build a case and strategies on that, right? Building, taking that fake breakdown, or as you would with fake breakouts, right? Always when there's a breakout, there's that risk that it's going to be a fake one. Don't we all know that, right? If you're a breakout trader, you definitely know what I'm talking about. So there is a quasi here, and it's happening after that initial breakdown. So I can definitely see price reacting to this order block, and it's doing it quite nicely. And there's another one below that. So can this work? Yes. It's on the 5-minute. Do we have something on the 15? Actually, we do. There's a nice order block right there on the 15-minute as well. However, is this like a high probability trade? I would say no, because the hourlies are not in our favor. So I to be the best trades are when you have at least the hourlies, at least for myself, because I'm not looking for 5 pips or 10 pips. If you're looking for near, not much DPs, not very far, then it doesn't really matter that much what the higher time frames are telling you, because you're only going for a little pop. But in this case, as I trade, I want to get the move of the day. Where is the move of today? That's one of the questions that I ask myself. And we are on the ATR level, we are at 63. And the ATR, the average is roughly at 93. So basically, if today is a regular day, we should have roughly about 30 pips to go. Will that move be to the upside or will it be to the downside? Given the higher time frame, I would say it would be to the downside. But hey, nothing is certain. So, and I see that quasi on the lower time frame. So I think it has a pretty decent chance of working out.
I think it's difficult though. I think at the moment we're stuck in it. Like Hamad, I understand exactly the reasons why you would have gone short, mate. Honestly, that's a good call as well to go short. And I can see the reasons why you would go long. Like we are stuck in range. We're not actually doing anything. So this is difficult, especially for intraday traders. For myself, this price action is very difficult because we need momentum, but I don't think we're going to get it at the moment.
Yeah, we should. Well, actually, when the price action isn't that clean, the best thing is to just step aside, because there's always going to be opportunities, and you don't want to be in something that is, suboptimal. You want to wait for those great opportunities.
Yeah. Then again, you don't know if something's suboptimal until after you've been sat in it for 40 minutes.
Yeah. There is something on. Go ahead.
We are still in it. We're still trading it.
Mm-hmm. There is a. Let's see. We have a. That's your trade. The trade you have on MT5, right?
Yeah, C trader, but yeah.
Okay, but that's the same pair.
Yeah, the same pair. Still the same setup. My stop is there. The entry is exactly where I got taken out, which was right here. This is where I got taken out. This is where I got back in straight away. I can pull it up, to be fair. I don't have to. Let me just do this. I can pull it up.
Let me in the meantime, I'll put my my screen on. There is on EU, someone said that the EU is clean, is cleaner. There you go. That's your C trader, right? Yes. Yeah. Nice.
I'll switch it over to you.
Yeah, no problem. As I was saying, someone said the EU is cleaner. It looks better. Someone said, another person. And if I see this, if I do the same analysis, right, without going too deep into the higher time frames, there isn't anything here for me to look for. The only thing is that we are in a not on the weekly time frame, but on the daily time frame, we are coming from we're still in a quasi, not on the weekly but on the daily, and we haven't reached the target for that quasi. But the thing is, it's not always it doesn't get hit all the time. There's no certainty in trading. But it has a good chance. That's a fairly good place to target, but we don't know how far this can, what kind of price action before. The fact that it a lot of times is going to hit it, the statistic is based that it's going to hit it before breaking the structure. So that can take a long time, not necessarily right now, but that's one thing that I'm looking for, right? I'm thinking this could not necessarily retrace like this, but it could retrace somewhat and before reaching that target. So that's one, kind of weak reason for me to be looking for a long. But on the H4, we do have a order block here, and it's not the greatest. It's an outside bar, but it's not fresh. It's not part of a quasi, so it's not strong enough for me to look for a long. But it may, if you use this on the lower time frame, let's say in the 1 minute or 5 minute, this might be all you need to bid your case for a pop. And if we go to the H2, what do we see? We see some buyers coming in, right? That's the order block as being retested as we speak. There's 1 hour and 20 minutes still before it finishes that candle. And on the H1, I don't see the buyers, to be fair.
See, this action really tires me out. I hate it when it's like this. Super tiring.
Yeah, the other thing as well is that perhaps the market is waiting for the minutes, right? The minutes, they gave a glance at what the considerations are from the federal governors of the feds, right? Those who take the decision, the votes, what their considerations were when they take the rate decision. Those minutes come later at a later time, and that's today. So maybe the market is waiting for and not choosing much of a direction. That could be something.
If I was to show where I do think EU is going to go in this week, because this is one of the reasons why I was taking this trade in general. Is if we go on to the daily, obviously we're at the top of this range, and we talked about this in the ABL podcast, the ABL stream this morning, is we've come into an area of demand. We've already seen, this type of head and shoulders type of pattern, which is congruent to a reversal. We could have broken down and we didn't break down. So we're having this range, and now we've got to the top of the range. This, for me, just looks like it's going to hold as support, and it's going to push up to that 200 EMA eventually. Now, that is the reason why I got into this trade, because if we go on to the 4 hour, that's coming to a 6618 with a nice level across here. Is a really nice level of supply and demand, and there's a lot of confluences around here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to push up. Now, I'm not going to get into a swing at all, but I'm an intraday trader, so as soon as I see something like that and I project that it's going to push up, then that's, for me, on the lower time frames, I'm just looking for longs. Now we go on to the 5 minute, and we have around an area of support and supply around all of those levels, and you have this type of price action. Return to that level is the easiest target for us to put price to. So that's the reasons why I don't know what anybody's saying about it going down. I really don't think euro is going to go down anytime soon. But we'll see what happens.
Sure, we have people in the audience as well saying that the minutes don't move the market much, though. Not as NFP, they don't. No, not the actual release of the minutes. We don't typically have a strong reaction right away. But what we do have is, like, in the hours after the minutes are released, maybe in the Asian session, you can see not a spike and a huge impulse, but a constant, not all the time, but a move, a bigger move, a slower move, but still a big move when you zoom out. And that's what I mean. It's the minutes can have a sort of a delayed reaction, but they still have a nice reaction most of the time.
I think it also just clears the way. Once the news is out of the way, it just clears everything just for price to do what it's doing.
Mhm.
and not do what it's doing right now.
Yeah, I agree with this person. It's kind of neutral if you think about it. The overall there isn't. Well, you have of course the Kiwi movement we had in Asian session. And you have
Louis, sorry, mate. Sorry, Victor. Louis, tell us what happened to your trade, because now it is come back. Did you get out after you saw these wicks? Because that must have been for you, like, okay, that must have been definitely a sign that you should get out the trade, no? We'll wait till Louis just replies, but that's, wow, gold is savage, man.
It is. It's very beautiful though. The wicks are kind of difficult to trade.
I love that.
Very beautiful.
Fair play, mate.
Nice.
Yeah. Sticking to his plan. Love it, mate. Fair play. Yeah.
Let me show my chart for a little bit on that. What I was mentioning about the wicks, of course, is every reaction that we've had to that order block on the H1, not part of a quasi necessarily, not fresh, but still it's there. You can see how many times on the different time frames the market has gone to it, very played very nicely, telling you there is something here, you recognize demand is here, and to stick to it is it's a nice thing to do. That's the reaction on gold on that. So what else do we have? We have EU looking to go for the next level. I think you mentioned it's likely to go to that next level on the 15 minute. I think you had it right, or was it the 5 minute?
What's that? Yeah. So we finally
wasn't on the 5
up.
minute. You had an area right there, if I'm not mistaken, right?
OJ, bro, you're funny, man. You are funny. What a legend. Yeah, so we are finally getting that push up.
Yep.
On EU, finally.
GU is following suit as well. Let me put my in the meantime, are you ready with yours? Let me
Oh yeah, it's up. Yeah, it's up there. I'm actually going to trail my stop, because if price comes back down today, I can't be asked to ride it back down, to be honest. That could be a little bit of a problem.
Lag, you said?
I said that could be a little bit of a problem where it's at now. You've got these lows right here. Going inside on the 15-minute EMA, 50 EMA.
I understand.
So,
well, I would figure it has a good chance of pushing through, because it looks on the high time frame. It does look bearish with that impulsive move down and consolidation, as if it's going to continue its way down. And I think if it just pops up a little bit, it will trigger many stops being taken out, and that could push it much higher. I think there's a fair chance it goes to maybe your 200. What do you think on the 5 minute?
I think we're seeing what it's doing. I don't know. I don't think so. Let's have a look. Yeah. Let's see what this does right now. What we can do is we can just follow up the momentum. Let's just watch this now. I'm gonna follow my stop loss.
I'm going to show my screen. By the way, guys, we are almost at the end of our stream. But before we wrap things up, I'm going to show my screen a little bit. The structure, even though we didn't have that hourly reason to look for a long, even though the higher time frame doesn't tell us anything, didn't tell us that we might have possible move to the upside. We did see that quasi on the 5 minute, and remember I circled this not long ago, and the reaction we're getting from that 5 minute is congruent with that quasi. So will this push much higher? Difficult to say. I don't want to say that's going to happen necessarily, but the fact that it is reacting nicely to this one of those order blocks, it could have been the one lower to the lowest one as well. That fact is that makes sense to me. And my initial TP would be just the high of that target if I don't have anything on the higher time frames. So
yeah, that EMA is really could be the catalyst just to pull it back into its range. I really don't like the way that it's reacted onto it. Again, we've got the stop in the right area. So, and it's
that
come
is
back down.
EU, right?
Yeah, this is still EU.
Yeah, that is EU.
And it has come back again for a retest at the top of this range. Okay, we'll see. Hamid, I want to know what Hamid. What did you get back in, or did you close? What were you doing, or have you been swapping up? Because to be honest, mate, I can understand if you would want to swap up positions, and you would have done that a couple of times. Because you sound like you trade momentum a bit similar to me, and I would have done the exact same thing. Yes, GU. Let's have a look at GU. Very nice. Very nice. Do you know what? If I put on the I'd have just put on the GU chart like this, this would have been in play. If you would have your stop just there, not touching the position, not doing anything, that would have been fair play. That's a nice trade if you got in long. If you didn't get in long, well, you're stuffed now.
And we are sadly at the end of our stream. So I would like to invite everyone to come and join us next week. This is the last stream of the 5ers Live Trading Room for this week. Like to invite everyone for next week again. Come and join us. See what we are bringing for you in terms of education, and of course a little bit of entertainment as well, because that's important as well, right? We want to be while we're trading, why not have some fun? If you are part of our Discord community, don't forget we have our workshop in about 40 minutes from now. Come join us. If you're not part of our Discord yet, you're missing out. Get your account with the 5ers, be part of the team, and be part of the winning team, because that's what we focus. We focus on you becoming better in the community and as a trader as a whole. So I would like to thank everyone for their time and attention for today. We have the coupon for, right? It's a coupon for the FX replay.
Abe is going to put that in the Discord, so you've got 30% off monthly. So you don't even have to do a whole year. You do it monthly.
Nice.
And then you just do 1 month and then you cancel it after you've done your back testing. Sorry, no, but that's what you can do. Yeah, my EUs come back down to. Or you
can use that to maintain, optimize your system on an ongoing basis, right? Not only to backtest your system once, but to do maybe different iterations of what works, what doesn't, maybe for something, a second strategy. I mean, who knows? The possibilities are endless. but make use of that coupon, that discount, because that's one of the foundation of becoming a better trader, getting your data. And this is a great way to get your data the proper way. So that's it for us for today. Someone asking how to join the workshop. We are, and another person says we're not all part of Discord. Well, yes, that I know that not everyone is part of Discord. That's why I'm inviting you. Get on the Discord community. How do you do that? If you buy an account, doesn't matter what size account you buy, but if you buy just any account with the 5ers, within the hub area, you will find a little icon to the left, lower left, if I'm not mistaken. That's the Discord link, right? So you have to buy an account with the 5ers, and then in your personal space, you'll find that link. You join on Discord, and there you'll find me. You still have about 40 minutes if you want to catch our workshop for today. We'll be talking about price action, psychology, risk management, you name it. But it's going to be fun because you can ask those questions. It's going to be interactive. That's what we do. So if you have any issues, if you want, you don't know how to, what you're not doing right, what should you do to grow further, come in there, and we will share and see how we can progress you further. So that's my invitation for everyone. Discord, buy your account, Discord. Don't forget to use that FX replay discount that the 5ers is giving you. And see you guys next week. Any last remark, Alex?
No, it's been an interesting trading day. I did get out of that position. It came down and took me out. It's been quite difficult today, if I'm going to be honest. That was my first main trade today, and it's been awful price action. But we will see. Come to ABL as well. Come to ABL. We're going to be there tomorrow as well. If you don't know what ABL is, Alpha Beta Labs, put it into YouTube. Myself and Michael will be there tomorrow going over the trades that we've done, also talking about the markets in the morning. And then on Friday, we go over everything, all of our P&L, all of the mistakes, all of the good profits that we've made and everything. So there you go. See you then.
Awesome. There you go. You have everything you need to grow as a trader. So don't miss out. That's it for us for today. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.